What's up and welcome back to another live stream unboxing with Gizmo Slip Tech. Today we've got the Lenovo Legion Pro 5i. This is probably my #1 recommended RTX 4070 gaming laptop for the last year or so. We've got 10 games ready to go on this guy, a whole bunch of other tests that we'll be doing today, taking the laptop apart, testing the display, webcam, like everything pretty much that you can test about the laptop except maybe battery life, which we'll just generally say it should be pretty good, but don't necessarily expect amazing battery life. Probably like the 4-ish on the low end of general web browsing, up to maybe 7 or 8 if you're very well optimized. And of course for gaming, about an hour and a half. Now, moving on, we're going to compare this thing against some of the competitors. We've got the biggest pros and cons. There's going to be like a mini summary review of this laptop. And then of course, we're going to unbox the laptop, take it apart, do a bunch of tests on it, and then play a bunch of games, just like I said just a moment ago. I'm super excited primarily because this is probably the biggest, best bang for the buck 4070 with like really high quality chassis display. There's some really good competitors out there with this, like the Asus Tough F15 and some other ones. But I mean, we got a QHD display, very rigid chassis, nice port selection, very, very good option for those of you that are looking for a 4070 in a 16-inch chassis at a very reasonable price. I got this for $13.29, but prices will vary. And right now, I believe it's $14.99. So, yeah, what's up, Keanu and Chinmei? This laptop versus the 7i, it's going to be pretty close. Like the 7i and the Pro 5i, you know, different display options, different processor options. We're not really going to compare too much in detail with the 7i, but I did get hands-on with the 7i 2024 version at CES. Now, this is the 2023 version, which is my preferred recommendation right now if you have some money and you want to get a Pro 5i. The 2023 version is going to be like probably $300 to $500 cheaper, depending on the config, and it'll be very similar in the vast majority of aspects, or the most important aspects will be very, very similar. So let's go ahead and go over all of the key specs for this laptop first. Pulling it up, there we go. All right, so this is the Legion Pro 5i Gen 8, the 2024 version is the Gen 9. And I want to mention that Lenovo did send this unit over, or basically, technically, this is not a sponsored live stream, not sponsored. I can say whatever I want, and I'll be able to say whatever I want in the sponsored edited version of this live stream as well. That's literally written in the contract. That said, the live stream is not sponsored. I can compare this against competitors. I can give you everything. I can do all of the pros and cons with no restrictions whatsoever. So I want to make sure that I am 100% disclosing up front with you guys. I'm a huge disclosure and I'm a huge believer in full disclosure and complete honesty. So yeah, this is the Lenovo Legion laptop they sent over. And there will be a final edit that's sponsored, but this one is not. And so that's just, we're going to be testing this just how I test all my other gaming laptops. And I'll be giving you my, analysis at the same time. So yeah, this is going to be awesome. All right. So Legion Pro 5i Gen 8 16-inch Intel gaming laptop. This thing is a little bit chunky, as you'll see when we unbox it, but it's very sturdy, extremely rigid hinge. I love it. Very, very popular laptop if you're looking in the mid-range price point. And the sales on this go up and down pretty often. $14.99 is the current retail price for the unit we have today with an i7-13700HX and RTX 4070, but currently they start at $1,035 for the RTX 4050 version with an i5 processor. So it does get cheaper, close to the $1,000 point. And then of course there is regular coupons, which I always put on my laptop list. right here. If there are coupons for the specific model, you can always go here. And right now there's an extra 5 coupon. I'm not sure if it's currently active as of this moment, but we're regularly updating the coupon sections right here in the top of the mini review section. And those are updated. This list is updated daily. So if we come across some really great Lenovo sales, we put them in the top 10 deals up here pretty often because this, like I said, the Legion Pro 5i was my #1 recommended gaming laptop with a 4070. If you want like a fully featured, not super budgety one, right? This is QHD display with a nice 100% sRGB display. RTX 4070, i7-13700HX, 16 gigs of DDR5, 4800 memory, and a 512 gig SSD. And like I said, I bought this for $13.29, and it was just on sale last week when I bought it. Currently $14.99, but like I said, will go on sale again soon. All right, let's move on. Let me just check chat real quick. Wow, 3 months Xbox Game Pass. That's a winner. Yep, almost all of the new gaming laptops come with Xbox Game Pass. Usually 3 months. That's how they get you. You totally forget that you subscribed, and then they just start recurring billing you. It's pretty good value if you actually use it, though. All right, I'm so glad to see this laptop review. Cummy's Rabbit said, would you recommend it for Horizon Forbidden West? I have not benchmarked for Horizon Forbidden West. But probably would run quite well, I would think, at least is my guess. I haven't checked it. Like, this should run God of War just fine, and I think it's in the same ballpark of performance. Kiana wants to know thoughts on the Aorus or the Asus A17 2023 with 4070. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a potentially great option. The Asus A17. That's the Asus Tough A17. And yeah, the 2024 version is also pretty compelling because it also has the higher end screen as well. And we've got, I've actually got the Asus A16, I think, which is the 2024 version, out in the entryway. They sent it over for me to review. So that'll be coming up probably next week is my guess. We've got the MSI Titan 18HX this week, as well as this one. And we've got in the pipeline, we also have the Scar 18 Part 2 review and the MSI Crosshair 16 review as well. So those are like the next 4 or 5 unboxings that'll happen over the next couple of weeks. So be sure to subscribe and not miss out on it, right? So awesome. I'd also invite you to like the live stream and comment any questions, and I'll try to put a pinned comment as well for any key updates that I find out about the laptop if we run into any issues today. Awesome. Okay, so competitor laptops, let's go. So first of all, link in the description to my top 10 best deals on gaming laptops right here, always featured at the top of my list. This is updated daily. And we've got several of those deals that we're going to talk about today, because this is like the Legion Pro 5i is definitely one of those laptops that fits into the more budget-friendly version, I guess, ethos of like you want to get tremendous value for your money. That's the Legion Pro 5i. You're not looking for the top tier performance. You're not looking for a 4080 or 4090. You're looking for probably a 4050-60 or 470, but probably a 4060 or 4070. And you're looking for a good quality screen and a great chassis with good ports. Like, that's basically the Pro 5i. And hopefully enough cooling as well to keep those parts running at high levels of performance. So first of all, we have, for our top deals, we've got the Legion Slim 5. This is a 14.5 inch with a 2.8K OLED 120 Hz 400 nits display. This is very similar display to the Zephyrus G14 display. 14.5 inch display though is interesting. Very portable, focused machine. Full-size SD card slot is really nice. I have not done a review on this yet, but it is one that I almost did instead of the Legion Pro 5i. So this is one I want to review sometime soon. I've also got the HP Omen Transcend 14 I really want to review as well. Anyway, the other 14-inch laptop in our top deals is the Asus Zephyrus G14 with a 4060 500 nits QHD display, still $1,000, which is fantastic. It's a really great price for an extremely portable machine that has pretty dang good speakers and high levels of performance. It just tends to run hot unless you tune it. to be like a more balanced level, or you undervolt it, and especially the GPU and the CPU together if you can. But the GPU is probably a little easier to do if you follow my optimization guide, which there it is right there. If you need to find it, look it up on my channel. If you get the G14, definitely recommend doing that. But it's only $1,000 for such a high quality machine. It's fantastic. HP Omen 17, if you want the cheapest 4090 model out there, in terms of raw price tag, $23.99 for the 4090 version. And I really liked the performance of the Omen 17 when I did my testing on it. Nice keyboard, trackpad, ports are pretty dang good. A little bit thicker, not very premium in a lot of ways, but you get Windows Hello. Did this have Windows Hello? I thought it had Windows Hello. Maybe I'm misremembering. I can't remember for sure if it had Windows Hello or not. The cooling system seemed a little bit lackluster when you opened the hood, but when we actually did the tests on it, it kept the laptop at reasonable levels, especially when gaming. So I was pretty impressed with it. Acer Predator Helios 16, $1849 for a RTX 4080 version. So this is going to be quite a bit higher performance than the laptop we're dealing with today. But the Helios 16, I mean, we're talking QHD 240 hertz display, and it's going to be, I think, a higher color gamut display. And it's also the i9-13900HX, which is a lot more cores and threads than the 13700HX, which is in the Pro 5i that we're reviewing today. So overall, the Helios 16, an excellent value choice. I don't really love the design necessarily. It's like not my design ethos, I guess. The Acer, like this kind of back, I don't know, it looks a little bit like perfect for a teenager, I guess, is the way I would describe it. Very gamery. And some people will absolutely love that. And I do love RGB, but just not necessarily this type of liney implementation right here. Overall, the Helios 16 should be a pretty good, solid all-arounder. And right now it's on sale for $1849 for the 4080 version, which is just, it's fantastic. I don't think this is the mini LED version that's on sale at this price though, so keep that in mind. And of course, this is the one we'll be reviewing today, the Legion Pro 5i i7-13700HX, RTX 4070, 16 gigs of DDR5, 512 gig SSD, and that's not very much space. Keep that in mind. So you'll probably want to upgrade the SSD after the fact. Then you've got the QHD 16x10 300 nits display, which we will test today with two display tools. I've got the Spider 5 Elite and I've got the Display Plus ColorChecker tool. So we'll be able to see what the results are side by side. Okay, so that's the overview of some of the top deals and competitors with this laptop. Obviously, there are a lot of competitors. But in the super budgety price range, like in the 16-inch chassis point, you know, like in the under 1500 category, the Legion Pro 5i is close to my #1 choice. I think the biggest weakness, like we're going to move into the biggest pros and cons for the Pro 5i. It's only a 300 nits display, and it's not 100% DCI P3 color gamut. So those two areas, it's not as colorful and it's not as vibrant as some of the competition out there at this price point, because you can either get a 500 nits display or a 100% DCI P3 color gamut display instead for around this $1,300 to $1,500 price point. So that's probably the main counterpoint. I would also say that another con is that this laptop is significantly chunkier than something like the Legion Slim 14-inch, like the Slim 5 14-inch, or the Zephyrus G14. All, you know, a lot of the laptops out there with the 4070 and below do quite well when they're thin, because the 4070 only needs like 105 watts to get maximum performance. And because the wattage is just more limited, it can fit into thinner laptops and have just as much performance as a chunky guy like this. So you're kind of getting like extra over-the-top cooling, I think, in the Pro 5i. We'll have to see how we actually do today in our tests. So that's kind of a pro for this one. You're going to be able to probably tune the 4070 to just go as ham as possible, get the highest level of performance the 4070 can get most likely. And the i7-13700HX is also a very good CPU for the money. You know, it's got a lot of cores and threads, and it can go quite well. Should go over 20,000 in Cinebench R23 today. Yeah, I think those are kind of the major pros and cons, but you know, rigid chassis, firm hinge, mostly metal build. RGB on this one, not as great as well. So those are like, yeah. Is there anything else I should mention about the major pros and cons? I don't know. Good port selection and a little bit heavier. The Pro 5i is definitely a little bit heavier as well as thicker. Larger power adapter as well. It's a 300 watt power adapter. And I don't think this laptop really needs that much power because it's, you know, it's a 4070. You don't really need to pull like 150 to 200 watts, like, or I guess 150 to 175 watts, like the more powerful laptops. So I think Lenovo may have paired a little bit too large of a power adapter with this one, but it's okay. Yeah, let's do this. I think we're ready to continue into the unboxing portion. Let me just check chat real quick and see if there's any questions. Is there Windows Hello on this laptop? I don't believe there is, but you do have a number pad, so it's easy to type a PIN in when you log in. Francisco Golden says, I want to say I really appreciate you testing out Baldur's Gate 3, unlike most other YouTubers, because I cared most about playing that game in co-op with my friends. I'm thinking between the Aura 16X and the Helios 16 24 models, which one? Probably the Helios is probably the way I would go, but I haven't tested the Aura 16X yet. Is this the 2024? No, this is the 2023 version, which again is the one I'd recommend because it's a lot better bang for your buck right now. I think the 2023 version with the 4070 is like $1,900. If you configure it with no coupons, there'll probably be some coupons there to bring that price down. But right now, I mean, you're talking like $1,329 is what I paid with coupons for the 4070 version. And $1,499 is still a whole lot better than $1,900. So that's $400 difference if you're comparing gen to gen performance. So Entropic King says, hey, this is the first time I catch your live stream. Thanks for the reviews. Awesome help. No problem. Glad to be here. Francisco Golden says, the speakers are bad and battery life is abysmal. I believe you're talking about the Pro 5i. That's interesting. We'll find out how good the speakers are on the Pro 5i. I have not tested them in my preliminary setup, but I'm anticipating a little bit more budget-y speakers in this laptop. Let's go ahead and take the bad boy apart here now. All right, so we've got our laptop box. This is the box that they ship it to you, the external box. I removed the shipping label right there. I don't think this is really worth looking at, but let's go ahead and just give you a shot of the label in case you want to check out the label. And yeah, so let's go ahead and open this up. I do feel like this is such a bare bones box compared to almost all the other manufacturers out there. But the good thing about that is that you're not paying for a fancy box. You know, you're paying for a laptop. All the money that you spent is going into the machine. So, you know, you don't even have a double box, all right? But I mean, I don't think the laptop's going to take damage with this one box because you got this, it's completely coated in this, you know, thick foam, and you've got like a waterproof plastic in case it gets a little bit rainy. So I'm not really worried about the laptop being damaged so much as, and you know, I don't know. I guess if you were to throw it from a truck, the fact that it's not double boxed in that scenario may be slightly more likely to take damage. But typical drops and bounces and stuff like that, this box will be just fine. Here is the Lenovo power adapter. And you can see that we're dealing with a fairly chunky power adapter, 300 watts. And this is the one that used to come with the Legion 7i that I had from 2021, I believe. They're still using these on some of the laptops. So know that this thing's kind of heavy. It's a hefty duty power adapter. You could probably get away with a 240 watt power adapter that's more portable. If you end up getting a third party one, maybe you can take it with you. You also have this thick power cable. It's thick. I mean, it actually is much thicker cable than most laptop power adapters as far as cables go. Oh, and for length, let's do a little length test. So this guy is about probably 5.5 feet long. And then the power adapter cable Very strong Velcro. That's good, I guess. Also going to be about the same length. So let's just get this unwound. There we go. All right. So yeah, about 5.5, maybe 6 feet for the power adapter cable. So you got nice reach for the power adapter, which is great. And I mean, I would, as far as the power adapter goes, I mean, I would rather Lenovo give us a slightly overpowered power adapter than an underpowered one. It's way better to have extra power that you don't need, because then honestly the power adapter will last longer most likely, and it'll be less likely to overheat as well. So I guess that's better in my opinion to have the kind of a overpowered 300 watt when it only needs say 200 or 240 watt power adapter. Okay, some keyboard shortcuts that you should know if you get a Lenovo laptop. FN plus Q switches your fan profiles. FN plus R will switch you into high refresh rate or low refresh rate mode. FN plus spacebar will turn off and on the backlight. So that's pretty handy to know. We've got some additional information, explanations on the USBs. I don't usually trust these manuals very much for the USB information because oftentimes it can be incorrect because they're using the same user manual for many different configurations. So make sure you plug the laptop in before you power it on. And that's the same thing. Okay, so that's pretty much that sheet. And then we've got a little safety legal notice sheet of paper here. Plastic bag safety notice, battery notice. There you go. All right, and that's everything in the box. So let's go ahead and move on to the laptop. So we got the foam right here. The foam on the other side. We got our plastic wrap. And you can see very solid top lid there. Nice Legion logo, shiny letters. That I think this looks really premium, the way they do this, Legion cutout. Let's go ahead and lift up. One finger lifting, no problem. You've got Legion Ultimate support, and when I ordered this, it did come with 1 year of Legion Ultimate, which is basically the Legion Ultimate support covers higher quality phone technicians, which know their stuff a little bit better. And then I believe the Legion Ultimate also has accidental support, and accidental damage protection. And then I think the Ultimate also, I believe they can do on-site. Yeah, prioritized on-site support. So those are, I mean, I think when I bought my Legion 7i from 2021, I did get the upgraded support option because I've heard good things about it, and I actually did have to use it once, but I didn't get the Ultimate back then. I thought I did, but I got the regular one for 3 years. But it only cost, I think, $130 extra to add the extra warranty support, which is pretty dang good in terms of warranty pricing. Adding additional years usually costs several $100s. I don't know what the current pricing is for the extended warranty, but in general, I think I can recommend getting the extended warranty with Lenovo. Obviously, every single laptop provider will have good and bad customer experiences from customer support perspective. So here's the laptop. Very nice layout. We've got a moderately large trackpad. Feels pretty good. I don't know if this is glass or plastic. It's kind of hard to tell. I think it's a plastic trackpad. Still feels pretty good. Clicks nicely. Feels very secure with the click. The keyboard layout is one of my favorites, if not my favorite, across the industry. We've got large arrow keys separated out. We've got a clearly delineated number pad on the right. Backlight keyboard here, 4-zone RGB. It's not per key RGB. If you go with the more expensive Legion 7i, Pro 7i, that'll be per key RGB and it'll be brighter, higher quality backlighting at the same time. This is definitely going to be a little bit dimmer of a keyboard backlight. All right. All right. Let's go ahead and do our flex test. Coming on to the right side over here, we've got our Intel Core i7 sticker. Wow. Let's go ahead and press. So keep in mind, it's very firm. Just a little bit of flex, but I'm pressing very hard. It's probably partially just the rubber feet flexing there. Pressing very hard. It feels very secure. Quite a bit more flex right here. There's no rubber feet. The chassis is bending a little bit there. No flex in the corner there. Pretty much no flex across the top either, which is really good. There's more flex right here on the side. Coming down the middle, some flex in the center of the keyboard area. Usually you don't put much weight here. The main area you really want to have good support is the wrist rests and then just the general chassis when you're lifting it around. And you can see this thing is not particularly like super thin, right? This thing is, I mean, it's not super bulky either. You know, I think it's about an inch thick, or maybe a little bit more, but it's pretty close to an inch. And you know, it's not super light either. It's a chunky guy. It's about 6 pounds. So especially if you get the power adapter in there, right? You put the power adapter in the mix because it's a large power adapter with a little bit larger laptop, and you compare that with like a thinner Legion Slim 5 with a lighter power adapter and a 14-inch laptop that's thinner. Like, it's going to be a couple pounds difference at least in terms of carry weight. Okay. Nice. Okay, so next up is removing the bottom and the internal analysis. And I'm going to move this over as well so I can see chat all the time. Boom. Okay, there we go. Francis says, I'm watching from this exact model right now. LOL. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and take the laptop apart and do an internal analysis of the Pro 5i. My tools, by the way, I found my tools from CES. They were in my suitcase, in the front pouch, buried deep. Yeah. Remember that suitcase I went and checked in the middle of the live stream? Yeah, I checked it. My wife checked it. We didn't see it because we didn't check the right pouch. It was like one of those kind of hidden front pouches. I don't know. Anyway. Okay, so we've got quite a few screws. Regular Phillips head screwdriver. Recommend a magnetic tip. This iFixit kit is excellent. You got all kinds of prying tools, suction cup tools, as well as a magnetized and rotating screwdriver. So, and this thing only costs, I think, like 20 or 30 bucks for this iFixit kit. It's like a kind of a laptop specific focus kit, which is really great. Okay. So we got four short front screws on this guy. And then we got a bunch of tall rear screws. So you want to make sure that you put the right screw in the right hole. You don't want to put this you don't want to put a back screw through one of the front holes, or you'll probably put a screw through your battery. Or maybe your motherboard. I'm not sure what's going to be underneath those screw holes, but it will extend into some place you don't want it to go. And I would not recommend using a drill. I would recommend using hand hand turning a screwdriver when taking laptops apart. And this laptop, you will also need some kind of prying tool. If you don't have a spuger tool like one of these toothpicks, you can use a credit card or an old membership, but don't use metal. Don't use this. If you use a metal tip from your screwdriver, you're just gonna like gouge into your metal real hard and cause damage. So don't do that. Okay, so we've got this thing pulled apart. Let's go ahead and use the guitar pick to pull this apart now. There we go. All right, so we're gonna start in this corner. Just using this guy, being gentle. Pretty much coming up, no problem. Beautiful. Beautiful. It's looking great. Very easy to take this laptop apart, which is great if you want to, ever want to upgrade it, or make any changes to it, clean the fans, all of that. There is a little plastic thing here in the middle that's like not coming up because it's caught on that right now. But you can see you just gotta pull up harder. There's no screw there in the middle. Some laptops have a screw right there, but yep, we got that. All right. Beautiful. There's the laptop right there. And you can see Lenovo does a really great job on their internals. Let's go ahead and get top down, lined up. There we go. All right, so look at the speakers. These are bare bones speakers if I ever saw them. I'm not expecting much, probably just your average gaming laptop. That's kind of like your more budgety speaker. I don't think you're really paying for the premium features on this laptop. You're primarily paying for the CPU, GPU, and a great shell, a great case, good ports, good cooling, good thermals. Those are what you're paying for with the price point. All right, so we've got a 80 watt-hour battery. So it's a large 80 watt-hour battery. It's not as large as you can possibly go, but it's close. And there we go. Now, from an upgradability perspective, we've got two M.2 slots. 1, 2. This is an SK Hynix. And I believe this is your Wi-Fi right here. I'm not sure. I think that's your Wi-Fi on this slot right here. Notice how Lenovo does these metal covers. So to actually upgrade your SSD, you'll need to take off the heat shield cover. So that'll be like several additional screws you got to take off compared to most laptops. We'll go ahead and just see what Wi-Fi we got in here. So I think, there we go. That's enough to take the shell off. All right, so we have the Intel AX211 NGW, and you can see it's a 512 gig SK Hynix. Notice how you can take the heat shield off without unscrewing the SSD or the Wi-Fi. We'll screw those back on. All right. Now we've got a another little heat cover right here for our RAM. We'll just, yeah. If I'm gonna take this apart, let's just go ahead and unplug the battery real quick. So using the blue tool, we can pull the battery and unplug it like that. Cool. All right, make sure I don't forget to plug it back in, chat, okay? All right, so when taking this off, I kind of try to get one side free, then get the other side free. All right, looks like we have some Samsung RAM in here. So you can see we have Samsung DDR5 5600, which is interesting that Lenovo clocks it to 4800. I'm guessing that's a chipset limitation with the i7-13700HX. If you want the full speed on the RAM, you probably need a faster CPU, but I think this is the fastest Lenovo offers. Let's see here. Yeah, this is the correct way. All right, so we're just gonna line up one side first, then we'll push the other side down. There we go. All right, so from a thermal design perspective, we have two large fans. Okay, so these are very large fans for this chassis size and type and components that we have. We've got a big fat shared heat pipe here that wraps all the way around to this exhaust, that exhaust, and this exhaust. Notice that this exhaust does not go to that shared heat pipe. This exhaust is just for the GPU. Let me see if I can get a little bit more light over here. There we go. All right. Now we've got a VRM heat pipe right here. This goes over to this exhaust. We also have a dedicated heat pipe. This is a big fat one for the 4070. And then of course the shared heat pipe is key for basically having better CPU and GPU cooling when you're in a GPU or CPU only workload. Because otherwise, if you don't have a shared heat pipe between both of these, then the GPU, for example, would not be able to utilize the heat output of this fan. And when you're on a CPU only workload, you want to be able to use the heat output of this fan. So I like Lenovo's overall setup. I kind of wish this big shared heat pipe would wrap around over here, but I mean, I think this is going to be enough cooling as long as we have good CPU pace for this laptop. It should be good. We should have plenty of thermal headroom to do everything we want to do with the i7 in this and the RTX 4070. Let's see here. Anything else before we put this on? Don't think so. Let's go ahead and put the battery back in. Chat, do you have any questions? You know what? While we're here, let me just go ahead and take out my SSD that I have in here. So since it's only a 512 gig SSD, I actually tried putting my Samsung 960 Pro SSD in here. And Windows would not recognize it for some reason. So where did that little screw go? There it goes. Okay. Don't know why Windows wasn't recognizing it. I have to do some more troubleshooting. But I ended up finding my external SSD, so I just went with that. There we go. So these covers, they're nice for keeping the system organized and keeping your SSD protected and maybe cooled a little bit better. Just a little bit of a hassle whenever you change out an SSD. All right, and let's go ahead and replace the top cover. Lex says, sorry, all caps, I'm buying a laptop. Is a good pick. I think this one's going to be a great pick, but we need to get through all of our testing before I will say 100% for certain, but it's one of the laptops that I've recommended based on its paper specs and pricing for a long time, because it has just really great potential performance, good enough display, great keyboard and mouse, should have great thermals. You know, there's a lot of pros for this laptop, and the primary cons are, you know, there's something that's not going to bother a lot of people, you know, at least in the more budget-friendly price range. Battery life, I mean, I wouldn't expect to be insane on this one. I'm expecting, you know, I said initially at the beginning of the live stream, 4 to 8 hours, depending on how you optimize it. For web browsing, I think that's going to be pretty accurate. But the HX processors are not known to be great. So, I mean, if you really don't optimize it, you have it at max brightness and everything, I wouldn't be surprised if you're only getting like 3 hours of battery life. But it's going to be enough if you run it on integrated graphics only. You make sure that NVIDIA GPU does not turn on, which is a problem for NVIDIA Advanced Optimus. And then, because sometimes just random things turn your NVIDIA GPU on, which kills your battery life. So you want to make sure that your NVIDIA GPU is not being turned on. And then you should be able to get that kind of, I would anticipate with a very optimized setup at 50% brightness, you know, 6 to 7 hours is what I would guess of typical web browsing. But yeah, okay. So that's taking the laptop apart. You can see the internals are cooled with this giant mesh fan intake, which is nice. A lot of airflow right there. Okay, so laptop. Let's turn it on. Let's go into the BIOS. I believe that's the next segment of our test today. Battery cable is still unplugged. Chat, I told you to tell me. Okay, I blame you, chat. No, I'm kidding. I should have been reading chat more. I thought I put it back together. I remember playing with it. Did I really? Did I really just do that? Oh my. Oh my. You're gonna make me. You guys are gonna make me check my stream. Yeah, I think it is still unplugged. Oh my. Oh, I'm so silly. Okay. I'm like tempted to just leave it and plug it in later for the sake of the live stream, but it's too funny. Let's go ahead. All right, we'll see how fast I can take this laptop apart and put it back together again, all right? A little speed test. I bet I can put it together, take it apart, fix the battery cable in less than 2 minutes. Chat is dead. I know. I'm dead. I can't believe I forgot that. Okay. Can I get this to pop up? Okay, cover is off. Battery cable currently unplugged. Can I just use my fingers for this? Usually you can. Aha, got it. Okay, now we're back together. That's backwards. There we go. Okay, I think we're all sealed all the way around. All right, we're ready to screw back in again. Pretend you're defusing a bomb. What? Beep. 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 Oh God, we gotta hurry. I'm thinking like the Counterstrike bomb. Overall, this laptop, very easy to take apart and put it together. At the very least, we've demonstrated that it does not take long at all in today's live stream. I totally did it on purpose, leaving the battery cable unplugged, right? If only. LOL. Okay, all right. Now we're gonna take a look at the BIOS. Flip this over. Notice the fingerprints, all right? Fingerprints. We will play a game, don't worry. Lex, Billy, we got 10 games on the schedule. You can see the games right here if you want to pause it. Apex Legends, Helldivers 2, Counterstrike, Illuvium, God of War, Cyberpunk. There's a lot of them. So, but be patient. We got a lot of testing. We're going to get through here, and then we'll get to the games. So about another, I don't know, half hour of testing or so. All right. So I'm not sure if this is plugged in yet. Don't think it is. Let me go ahead and plug in the laptop. There we go. Beautiful. Turn this on. We're going to press the delete key. I believe that's the correct one. Pressing the delete key. It looks like delete key was the incorrect one. We'll press F. It might be F2. I usually press F2 and delete because each manufacturer does it a little differently. Yeah, I think it was F2 key. Let's go ahead and shut it down again. Francis says, I don't know, I just feel like the Lenovo with this machine respects the consumer. Yeah, I would say that's pretty true. Like, they respect them in the sense that, like, you know, you're not getting really price gouged with this laptop at all. So I feel like some laptops, like, you know, Razer, Alienware, there's a huge premium tax on those laptops. And this one, there's, you know, Lenovo's really giving it to you, I think, at a very reasonable price, especially when it's on sale. The sales prices on these are really, really good. Okay, so F2 is the key to get into the BIOS. This default mode, you can see right here, there's not much. There's not many options here on this main screen. So we're going to go ahead and click on the More Settings button in the bottom right. And you can see our specs here, 16 gigs of RAM. Yeah, the i7 13700HX. It doesn't really show the GPU here, but now you can use the arrow keys if you want to navigate up and down here. And I'm just going to scroll through these. If you want to pause and read every single one, you can. But yeah, this was interesting. Flip to start if you want to turn the computer on automatically when you open the lid. That's an option. Some people will like that. Some people will hate that. I would not do it personally because I don't want the laptop to accidentally start and then put it in the backpack and then you overheat the laptop or something. Restore default overclocking, instant boot. You can enable, disable active Atom cores. So those are the E cores on the CPU, which some applications will crash with the E cores. That's why you would use that potentially. Let me balance out the camera a little bit there. Legion optimization to unlock CPU overclocking. I'll enable that. So I don't think we're going to do that today, but that's where you would do that if you want to be able to tune the CPU more with the custom mode. Undervolt protection. If you want to be able to undervolt your CPU, you'll want to disable this, I believe. So you want to leave that disabled because at least if you want to do undervolting. All right. So those are kind of two key features probably that I'd make sure that you have changed in here. All right. There you can set an admin password for your BIOS, which you may want to do that if you're going to keep this laptop for a long, long time. You can also change your boot order or boot from USB right here. And then there's save changes and exit. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and save changes and exit. Let me see. Here. Nice. Save changes, exit. There we go. Akshay says, when are you going to review and make undervolting and overclocking video on the MSI Titan 18HX? Well, I got to do the main review video first. Let's see here. Let's exit and save changes. There we go. I just saved them. I didn't exit. I got to make the review video first, and then if people are very interested in seeing the optimization guide, then I will do it for the Titan 18HX. Elias Johnny says, there's no way I just bought the Pro 5i yesterday. Mine has the i9, 4070, 32 gigs of RAM, and the 240 hertz panel configuration. What'd you pay, Elias? That's a good config. Does this have Windows 11? Yes. AMP Edition returned the G18 4080 after BIOS update 317. It would not go past logo screen even after a hard reset. Battery disconnect. Asus took the BIOS down the day after. Oh, that sucks, AMP. Dude, that sucks. Oh, my. Oh, my, indeed. Yeah, I've had several laptops bricked from BIOS updates. I've never heard of Asus laptop being bricked from it, though. That sucks. I mean, obviously, if it happened to you, you could ship it to Asus and they could fix it for you. At the very least, 100%, right? So there's no real risk that was going to permanently brick your machine, but still, not a great feeling. You want to be able to have confidence in the BIOS updates. Okay, let's see here. What's next? Remove bottom internal analysis is done. We are going to analyze and review the ports. So what ports does this guy have on it? What are the good ones? What are the bad ones on it? Let's go ahead and take a detailed look here. Where's the best place with the full list of ports? I'm checking their website. Technical specs, view all technical specs. Here we go. Okay. So here's our full port list. It's interesting that there is no Thunderbolt 4 support from what I see on these ports. Am I missing something? I don't think this has Thunderbolt 4 certification on any of these ports, which feels a little weird because it's an Intel laptop with USB-C ports, but just none of them have been upgraded to the Thunderbolt speeds. I wonder what the reason is. I bet you Lenovo has some kind of reason. It looks like the rear has 140 watt power delivery on the USB-C, which is really good. A good amount of power. Basically the highest you can get with USB-C power delivery. Okay, so let's go ahead and review them. I'll go through them with you on the camera, as well as show them to you at the same time. So on the left side, make sure this, let me just pull this over. We'll scoot this back. Zoom the camera in, refocus. There we go. Okay, so on the left side, we have got a USB-C 3.2 Gen 2 with DisplayPort 1.4. Then we've got a USB-A 3.2 Gen 1. So those are those two right there. No power delivery on that USB-C. On the rear of the laptop, we got our power adapter port, USB-C. Well, they have it out of order on their website. USB-A 3.2 Gen 1, and they're always 5 volt, 2 amps. Then we have an HDMI 2.1, an Ethernet RJ45. Then we have our DisplayPort 1.4 USB-C 3.2 Gen 2 with 140 watt power delivery, which is very high end. It's kind of hard to get a 140 watt USB-C power delivery adapter, so you probably want to get the one that Lenovo sells specifically if you want to make sure it's compatible to go to the full speed. Then we have another USB-A 3.2 Gen 1, our Windows camera shutter, which will turn off the power to the camera and to ensure privacy. Then we've got our headphone mic combo port as well on the right. All right, are we in focus? Did we get a good shot here? Let me make sure you're in focus here. So USB-A 3.2 Gen 1, webcam shutter, headphone port with mic combo. Then we got our power adapter, 2 USB-As, HDMI 2.1, 140 watt power delivery USB-C. I feel like this should be Thunderbolt 4, but it's not. Downside. And our Ethernet port. Downward facing as well. Kind of harder to take that out if you have the laptop on a desk. Reaching your finger under there to take it out is going to be a challenge. Okay, so overall the ports are very good. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 USBs between A and C, which is phenomenal. That is about as good as it gets in terms of US number of USBs. And then there's no SD card slot. All right, that's a downside. No SD card slot, no micro SD card slot. I think a lot of people would love to have it on a laptop like this, and Lenovo just doesn't give it. That said, not a deal breaker. They give you enough USBs that you can plug in, an adapter pretty easily, consistently. I think the two things that I'm a little disappointed in: no SD card, no Thunderbolt 4 support, even though it's an Intel laptop. I can understand not having a high-speed USB-C on a Ryzen chip, but when you're dealing with Intel, I feel like that is something they should have sprung for personally. So Lenovo's saving a few bucks on that certification. And I think there will be some people that are a little disappointed that it doesn't have Thunderbolt 4. Anyway, okay. But overall, I give the ports like an 8.5 out of 10. Docking it a little bit, probably for the lack of SD card slot and the lack of Thunderbolt support. Okay, let's move on to the next segment here. Webcam quality and checking to see if this has Windows Hello. I don't believe this has Windows Hello, but let's check out that webcam quality. All right, so let's go to camera. And there we are. Oh, we need to flip the shutter button. Hey, there's the webcam. It's working now. So without the webcam shutter button, instantly turns it off. Notice that there's also a power light for your webcam. So if the webcam is active, it will be on. If you are not using the webcam, it will turn off the light. So if someone is accessing the power on the camera in some way, there will be a physical light turn on for you, so you can know that, oh, I left the webcam on for some reason, or something's using the webcam, which I love that. Okay, so let's go ahead and do a little quick webcam test. Let's make this as big as we can, and we'll just zoom in here. There we go. All right, and okay, so I am recording a video with the webcam on the Legion Pro 5i, and I'm going to go ahead and start typing now. So this is me talking while I am typing pretty consistently to give you an idea of the typing sounds. All right, and let's also take a couple of photos. Beautiful. Oh, that is just gorgeous. So moving in on the tongue there, that is some strong tongue action. Very grainy, not very good detail in the hair here. But I mean, it seems like, is it a 720p webcam? That's my guess. I don't know if it's a 1080p or 720. It certainly is not the detail of a good 1080p if it is technically 1080p rated. You do have the Lumix logo looking pretty good though. That is some decent-ish detail here reading that. So, I mean, you'll be able to tell. Your grandma will be able to tell it's you when you call her at night, and that won't be a problem. But it's not amazing quality. The colors are pretty good. Let's go ahead and take a listen to the audio quality of the mic and the speakers. I am recording a video with the webcam on the Legion Pro 5i, and I'm going to go ahead and start typing now. So this is me talking while I am typing pretty consistently to give you an idea of the typing sounds. Wow, I did not really hear the typing sounds much when replaying the video through the laptop speakers. That's pretty good. I would say the audio mic recording, though, was pretty tinny sounding. It was not very whole and good quality audio, but it was clearly understandable, right? That was the other thing. And, you know, we don't really know how good the audio recording is because we're not really listening through like really high quality speakers or headphones. We're listening through the lower quality speakers of the Pro 5i. So keep that in mind. Okay. So that's webcam quality, and as far as I can tell, there is no Windows Hello. Let me go ahead and I'll go to Face, set up Face ID, and you can see that Windows says that there is no option for Windows Hello, so no Windows Hello on here. Keep that in mind. All right. Okay. So next up, keyboard and mouse. Let's talk. Okay. So this keyboard is a very good keyboard. I like the feel of this keyboard. It does not get much better than this on Windows laptops in general. I think the only keyboard that you might be able to argue has significantly better feel would be maybe a mechanical keyboard, because the mechanical keyboard is going to have more of a click to the keys. But this has good travel with the keys. They feel like, I think they feel the right mixture of large, soft, easy to hit, and this is a very functional keyboard because of all of the features of it. So let's go over all the features. Starting in the top left, we have our FN lock key. Not all laptops have this. This lets you switch the primary function on the F1 through 12 keys to be the secondary function, such as mute, volume up and down, without having to hold the FN button, which is great. So you hold FN plus escape, and that activates that. Notice the light turned on there. That means that now I can press the volume up and down and do all that without having to mess with the FN key, which is amazing. And then if you want to not have that on, you can visually see that, kind of like a caps lock. I think this needs to become a standard feature on all laptops going forward. It's amazing. I love this. Like some laptops like Razer allow you to do this, but only through the software, not through a hardware key press. So this is much better implementation. F1 is the volume down or volume mute. F2, volume down, volume up, microphone mute. Then we have our display brightness down, up, and let me put this there, right there. We have our monitor switch button, so we can switch between different external displays and internal displays. Airplane mode. This is the Lenovo Smart Key. So you can do a macro function to have it do stuff. To quick access, applications, and you can go ahead and configure that if you want. Single press allows you to switch between apps and services. Double press to launch your favorite application. And you can see that they don't offer very many options for letting you switch between stuff. But basically, you can have it quick launch your Lenovo Vantage, which is actually not that bad. Kind of useful, you know? All right, so we've got the trackpad disable. We've got, what does this do? Oh, this is your application switch button. It'll bring up your quick switch inside. It's same as Alt Tab basically, and then your calculator button. Yep, there's those buttons there, and then going along the keypad area over here, we've got our insert, print screen, and delete keys, and then we have dedicated home and page up, page down, and I believe this will switch us. Yeah, this with the FN lock enabled, it'll do pause, play, or pause, play, stop, rewind, and fast forward, which is really cool. Or it will switch to home and page up, page down if you're typing in a Word document. Lex, I do not do laptop giveaways currently, at least. I don't have any going. Okay. So, dedicated number pad right here. Notice there's a numpad lock key button light, which again, I like that because it gives you the quick at a glance what you're going to be pressing. If you don't have this enabled, then you have the secondary functions of the home and page up, page down, which are second, like there's two home and page up, page down buttons on this laptop, which is great for people who type with certain types of styles. And then you have the arrow keys, which are large and located at a slightly lower angle, like a slightly below the keyboard. So, and that makes it really easy to feel if you're on the arrow keys or not. Much better than some of the other laptop designs I've seen out there. So last up, we have our touchpad. This is, I believe, a plastic trackpad. It feels pretty smooth though. It still works pretty well. I think I just want to see how this holds up over, like, say, a 5-year period, see how well it holds up. I'm guessing this top texture may eventually wear down or something. I don't know. I bet it will still work just fine, but not sure how that's going to translate. You could probably get a little touchpad cover that'll give it a little bit smoother feel if you wanted. Not sure how that would affect trackpad functionality long term, but it probably won't affect it negatively, and it'll protect the coating on top. So those are kind of my initial thoughts overall for the touchpad and trackpad. I do think that this trackpad could be a little larger. It's large enough, but a lot of the laptops this year, for example, would take the trackpad all the way up to the space bar, all the way over here, and then all the way to the edge, and they'd have basically an inch larger trackpad for sure on a lot of the newer designs. So overall, though, this is a good enough size to still be very functional, no problems at all with the trackpad in my using of it. So yeah, there's keyboard. That's the overview for the keyboard and mouse. See if there's any questions on that. Are we gonna try Dragon's Dogma 2? We are not gonna try that today. I was tempted. I was thinking about it. I was like, should I get Dragon's Dogma 2 last night? And I'm like, I don't know if I want to support the microtransactions in that game. Because it's a single player game that has microtransactions, which is kind of like, what the heck are you doing as a developer? Come on. I've heard they're not very intrusive in terms of real life using the game. Some of the reviews are really mad about it though. A lot of people are really mad about it. So, and I'm not a fan of the idea of a single player game being filled with microtransactions. Because they're like, a lot of them are like silly ones, like, put a teleport here and it's like $3. I'm like, what the heck? Why are we paying to teleport in a single player game? Come on. Game developers are going crazy. Okay. Like, I can kind of understand paying for skins, but for in-game functionality, what? Yeah. Okay, so now it is time to move into our display test, and we have two display tests for you today, and I'm not sure which one I'm going to go forward with. long term, we got the Spider 5 Elite, which I found in my bag, and my ColorChecker Display Plus. Both of these work just fine. The nice thing about the Spider 5 Elite is it gives us actual percentage numbers, but I think the percentage numbers that it gives us are slightly off. So it tends to underestimate your color percentage, which makes me want to go for the Display ColorChecker Plus, but the Display ColorChecker Plus does not give us a percentage. So it's a catch-22 for me. And so chat, if you have a preference, please let me know what your preference is. Mohammed wants Horizon Forbidden West. Well, I obviously can't do it today because any game, would take time to download and buy. But maybe in future live streams, I'm always trying to switch to the newer games. I think people like seeing the latest and greatest games and how they're performing. I know Dragon's Dogma is very difficult to run, so in that sense, it seems like a very good game to add potentially to the gaming roster list. I am pulling up the code here for the Spider 5 Elites. Okay, there we go. Beautiful. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do our display analysis. I hope the thermals are better than the 7745HX version. I hope so too. I think it likely will be better because Intel chips just seem easier to cool than Ryzen chips in the last couple of years. Not that I think that there's too much of a difference in terms of real world performance from the temperatures, unless it's causing thermal throttling or stuttering like in the Alienware M18. Okay, so we are starting measurement of the color gamut for the Spider 5 Elite. This is supposed to be a 100% sRGB display. And like I said, Spider 5 Elite tends to underestimate the color gamut by about 7 to 8%. Putting the brightness all the way down to 0. Wow, I can't hardly see the mouse. It goes really dark. That's nice. New Game Plus says performance is bad in the game, to be honest, even on a 4090. Yeah, from what I've heard, it's a very difficult to run game. So, I don't know if you can even get 60 FPS with a 4090 because of bad optimization from the devs. And I don't get it. I don't get how do you optimize a single player game so badly that you can't even get 60 FPS on the latest hardware. I don't know if that's the case or not, but I've heard some negatives about performance. And I'm curious, what are we looking at on like a 4060, 4070 in Dragon's Dogma? Not that I don't think Dragon's Dogma 2 is going to be like crazy popular because of the negative marketing around it with microtransactions and everything, but we'll see. Would this run GTA 5? Yeah, I mean, this is going to run GTA 5, but I think you're talking about GTA 6 that's going to eventually come out, I think. GTA 6 might be a question mark. I think this will likely run it because this laptop should be... I think GTA 6 will probably be compatible with like a PlayStation 5. And if it's compatible with PlayStation 5, it should be able to run on this because this is going to be just as powerful as a PlayStation 5, I would say, in terms of being able to like hit a 60 FPS mark. That said, really depends on game optimization, you know what I mean? Okay, so here's our results with the Spider 5 Elite. We're looking at 94%. 94% of sRGB. Like I said, it underestimates by about 7 to 8%. So we're over 100% of sRGB. Only 71% of Adobe, 72% of the P3 color gamut, which, let's face it, this is still good enough for most users, but not a screen that I would necessarily recommend for professionals that want to do professional video work, photo editing, all that. You can still do that stuff on this machine. I've done editing and video work on lower color gamut displays than this. But yeah, it's like it's mainly harder when a lower color gamut display, because sometimes you don't realize that, oh, maybe you have too much red in your image because the monitor's not showing you the full color range. That's just an example. Okay. Brightness. This is supposed to be a 300 nits display, but look at us. We're doing 358 nits brightness, 780 to 1 for our contrast ratio. Contrast ratio, that's not particularly good. That's, I would say, average or maybe a little bit below average for the contrast ratio. Brightness, 358, that's well above spec. So like I said, it was rated for 300. So I would say that's phenomenal. We're hitting the sRGB rating. We're getting more than our money's worth with the display. And I would say this is a good enough display for most gamers. Most gamers will be pretty happy with this. 165 hertz QHD plus. So that means 2560 by 1600. Okay. So let's try ColorChecker Plus and see how that one does. And then you guys in the comments or in the chat, let me know which ColorChecker test you like better. I'm inclined to say the Spider 5 Elite is the way to go for our ColorChecker tool of choice, but mainly because it gives us our percentages clearly. But I would say that the accuracy on the display ColorChecker Plus is probably just a little bit better. So, all right, and there we go. This can definitely run GTA 6 if it comes with frame gen. Yeah, that's true. I mean, if it has frame gen support, it's much more likely to run very smoothly. We got a great CPU in this laptop, and oftentimes GTA games are very CPU dependent. So that's kind of like, I guess we're going to do, I think, just white LED, I think, for this. All right. Okay, so this, wow. Look at this. 386 nits for our peak brightness. This measured it even higher on the brightness scale. So almost 400 nits with this test. All right, now we got to let this go through the measurement process. Keanu says, can't say that it always undervalues by 6 to 7%. Well, the thing is, if we're hitting over 100% sRGB, then it'll just get capped at that. But I would say, yeah, it's compared to this tool and compared to most ColorChecker tools and the way the display manufacturers rate their displays, like, The Spider 5 Elite is almost always calculated the color gamut range. Why? I don't know. I think it probably has to do with their percentage calculator tools. Just needs to be calibrated. Checking chat. Super Googly says my Pro 7i 4090 should be good until the 5090 laptop comes out. Oh yeah, definitely. Hopefully that's next year is what I'm anticipating for the 5090 laptops. We'll see. That's what I'm waiting for before I consider switching from my Blade 18. Strix G16 or this? Great question, Omar. I think in terms of rigid build quality, I think that the Pro 5i is a little bit better. In terms of thermals, I think they're going to be in the same ballpark. Performance and pricing. Performance will be the same, very similar if it's spec the same. Pricing depends on which one's on sale. They're pretty competitively priced, but I think the Pro 5i will be like $100 to $200 cheaper, probably. The Strix G16 definitely has way cooler RGB. It's probably going to catch people's eyes a lot more than the Pro 5i. The Pro 5i, I think, is more geared towards the professional that wants a high-performance machine at a reasonable price, or maybe the college student. I don't know. That's just kind of my thought. Okay, checking out our profile information. Let's see what we got. Okay, so this is the Color Display Checker Plus. This is why I don't love this tool. It's harder to tell if we're getting all the information, right? So right here, it's harder to tell what percentage we're getting. The blue line is the outline of what our color gamut was for this laptop. The green line is what 100% sRGB colors there are. And then you have the P3 color gamut, which is the red line. So you can see that we're only getting like 70% maybe of that big red area. So we're definitely not getting all the colors. Contrast ratio, this said 321:1. And this also said, this is saying 120 nits. I don't know why. I don't think I'm going to use the Display Checker Color Plus in the future just because of issues around this. I'm sure the Display Color Checker Plus works fine if you want to calibrate your display, but it's not the kind of thing. It's not the kind of thing that I think people are going to want to watch or see as much, you know? Okay, so there you go. Overall, I think it's interesting to have an alternative, but just if the software gets updated on the ColorChecker Plus, I'll consider using it again, or I'll just use this as a backup if I lose my Spider 5 Elite again. So Varnik says, hello from Ukraine. Hello. I hope everyone's okay and is staying safe over there. David says, I bought the Legion 5 Slim Gen 9 without OS from Lenovo. Should be okay if I install Windows 11 myself. Probably not. Lenovo is very picky about which version of Windows 11 you install. I would get the Windows 11 install files directly from Lenovo. I ran into this issue when I tried to switch my SSDs on my Legion 7i that I had from 2021. So, okay, let's go ahead and get situated a little bit better. We are moving in to the laptop control software. So we're going to go over the Lenovo Vantage software and everything you need to know about it to take advantage of the software for, maximizing your performance. Black Cover says, how much is the price for the Pro 5i? I got this for $13.29, but right now it's $14.99. Just wait for a sale, and yeah, I mean, or pay full price if you want to buy it right away. Lenovo will probably price match. I don't know. It's risky anytime you try to rely on price matching, but in general, I would say that for this unit, $13.29 is the go-to price. I would recommend saying, boom, this is an instant great value buy. $14.99, still pretty good. Still a great all-arounder for the money, but it's not an instant great value buy. Okay, so Lenovo Vantage, this button right here, it's already pinned when you get the laptop, so you just click that and you open it up. The default dashboard here is pretty usable. Let's go ahead and turn off the lights behind me here so we can have a easier to read display. Wonderful. Okay. So here we are. We've got okay. So let me just adjust this a little bit so that I'm framed a little better, less intrusive on the screen. Cool. All right, so this interface is really useful. It's kind of a one-stop shop for pretty much everything you want to do with your laptop. Almost. There's a couple other things that you need to know, like a couple other areas of this software for updates. But you've got System Update is one of the most important features of this Lenovo Vantage. You'll get BIOS updates, other types of updates through here. And of course, you can get updates through the Windows updates as well. We did do this update check earlier today. The device area, this is the device area. This is the device dashboard. If you need to go back to this, you just click this button in the top left. It's on the top left side of the top right, I guess is the way I would describe that. Now, we've got performance mode. We're going to go to performance mode. This is where you switch your thermal mode settings. You can go to performance, balance, quiet, and custom. Let me see if I can get this a little easier to read. Darken it down a little bit more. Yeah, I think that's about as good as it gets. Okay, so boost your performance with higher fan speed and power consumption. Performance mode is applicable only when AC power is plugged in. So if you want to have performance mode, you have to plug it in. And balance mode and quiet mode are available when you're on battery mode. Okay, balanced mode is going to be medium fans and pretty good performance. Performance mode is going to be louder fans and the most performance or close to peak performance. Quiet mode is pretty minimal performance. It's going to really chunk into your performance levels. We'll do a test here in a little bit to see. But quiet mode is going to significantly impair performance compared to the balanced and performance mode. Balanced and performance mode are going to be not too big of a gap, probably maybe 10% gap in terms of performance, but quiet mode is probably like 50% reduction in performance, most likely. At least that's my past experience with Lenovo products. Custom mode is basically allows you to do tons of customization, which are awesome. Okay, so let me rewrite the screen again. Custom mode, we can go into the performance section. We can adjust power limit sliders, including, is there an undervolt section here? No, there is no undervolting in here, but you've got total processor power, short-term power limit, long-term power limit, CPU temperature limit, which you can raise up to 100 degrees or target it down to say 85 degrees if you want to run cooler. Cross-load power limit is how much power you want to give to the CPU when the GPU is also being loaded. And then you have your GPU TDP, which can go up to 115 watts of target power. And then you get a dynamic boost of up to 25 watts of power. And then your GPU temp limit, you can adjust that up and down. So if you want the most power, you basically set most of these sliders to max, except maybe for the cross loading, because if you give too much power to the CPU, it can impinge on the GPU power depending on the game. Because if you can't run the CPU and GPU probably at both at max at the same time, it's probably gonna be a limit to where if your CPU is taking too much juice, you're not gonna get as much dynamic boost to that GPU. So keep that in mind. But other than that, that's the basics. We will not save that. You can also set a custom fan profile curve. So if you want the temperatures to make if you want lower temps and quieter fans, at the same time, you'll have to reduce your power limits. If you want most performance, max fans, you can do that too and use headphones. You can customize it. And I love that. I love Armory Crate. I love Lenovo Vantage. They're both really great. They offer similar customization, but I would say Lenovo Vantage offers a little bit more customization in the custom mode. Deadbeats, we're not going to do Dragon's Dogma 2 today. Sorry. Okay, so power. Under the power, we have some options here. You got your battery health, and most importantly, you have your battery conservation mode, which I would recommend turning on. This is going to reduce your battery capacity to only 80%, which is going to be a lot healthier for your lithium-ion battery long term. With this unchecked, your battery and your laptop will probably go bad in 2 to 3 years. With this checked, it'll probably go bad after 5 to 7 years, or maybe 5 to 10. Hard to say, but it'll last a lot longer. So yeah. In terms of its like rechargeability and how long you can last on a battery charge, keeping a lithium-ion battery at 100% juiced is just unhealthy for the lithium battery cells, just in general. So if you do need to charge it up every time, notice there's overnight charging mode where it keeps the charging low and then it'll go to peak near the end of the night. So that way it's not sitting at 100% the whole time. Yeah, so that can be a nice way to basically have close to the peak, hit 100% battery regularly in the morning if you know you're going to need battery life every single day, say for classes or for work. You got a lot of the BIOS settings in here. Flip to start, so open the lid to turn on the computer. Always on USB for charging your phone from the USB when your laptop is off. Lenovo Vantage toolbar, don't really recommend turning that on. You can do that if you want. There's also a little bit of Vantage widget. Bada bing, bada boom. We've got, this does have Tobii eye tracking. I've not tested it at all, but certain games support it like Elite Dangerous. You've got Lenovo Spectrum down here in the bottom right. This lets you set your keyboard RGB backlight. Okay, we can test that right now. Turn these lights off. And let's do some testing here. So we've got off, turn our backlight completely off. 1, we've got it set to breathing. 2, set to static, but multicolor zone. And 3, a single zone blue. And you can customize these. Okay, so it's really actually pretty easy to customize in the software. If we go to, say, profile 1, we have effect smooth, which transitions quickly. Breathing will go on and off, bouncing. I don't really like that. I can deal with smooth, or I could deal with maybe wave right, but I don't like how juddery these animations are. Like, I don't prefer that. At least you get all the different colors going through. I just wish that it wouldn't turn off. I wish it would just be one steady, consistent, slow transition. That's a much better wave setup. I don't know why Lenovo does this with their keyboard backlight, but I think it could be better for sure. We also have wave left. You can change the brightness level as well as the speed to make it faster or slower. And then you have static, and you can click each zone and set a color that you want to be. And so you can make it kind of a rainbow-esque. I don't think that the greens and yellows look particularly good on this keyboard. I don't know why but like they look kind of washed out a little bit. Just my thought. Okay, so that's what we got for now. I'm going to take this off and I'll set it to green. We'll set this to, yeah, I don't know. We'll go with that for now. But the actual backlight itself is visible. It's clearly lit on all the keys. So that's nice. All the secondary functions, including the F1, F12, they're all lit and they're all evenly lit. So that's good. I'm not worried about that part of it. It's just that the backlight is not as bright and the colors that the backlight put out are not as vibrant. So in that sense, it's a cheaper backlight and it's only 4-zone instead of per key. But overall, it's still, I think, a good enough backlight and a good enough keyboard. And you got some customization to make it look how you want it to look. So that's good. I mean, it's kind of hard to complain about it, honestly. For the money, it's good. So yeah. All right. So that's Lenovo Vantage. There's not too much else to, put into consideration for the, there's not much else to know about the software pretty much. That covers all the key things about it. System BIOS updates are going to go through right here in the software. You got these overclocking modes. I guess there's one other setting you want to be aware of, and that's this GPU working mode. You've got hybrid mode, which is probably what you're going to keep it on. That allows you to switch between integrated and dedicated graphics on the fly with Advanced Optimus. You got hybrid iGPU only mode. This is the key for great battery life with this laptop. You'll want to go into this mode, and I believe it's going to require a restart to go into this mode, which is going to completely turn off the RTX card and prevent it from pulling any battery juice. Then you've got hybrid auto mode and dedicated GPU mode. This completely shuts down the integrated GPU from being able to function. So this allows you to focus purely on performance with no interruptions at all. But theoretical performance in hybrid mode with the dedicated graphics and DGPU mode should be very similar. Pretty much, pretty much the same is the way I would describe it. So I wouldn't really worry about switching between these too often, but in general, I would keep it in hybrid mode or hybrid iGPU mode. But for the sake of our testing, we are doing dedicated GPU only mode, and that requires a restart. So keep that in mind. If you're in this hybrid mode, you don't have to restart when you switch between the integrated and dedicated GPU. All right, so that's the control software. Let's just verify that we have G-Sync on here. I think we do. Usually Lenovo is including that in pretty much everything. Yes, we do have G-Sync. So you can see in NVIDIA control panel, which I pulled up by right-clicking the NVIDIA logo in the bottom right, we do have Enable G-Sync, and we do have it currently enabled. So awesome. Bada bing, bada boom. Let's get into the next section, which is going to be speaker test. Okay. We're going to scoot the laptop back a little bit. All right. And let's go ahead and put these tools up. And let me grab our speaker testing tool. All right, we're going to put this up to the laptop. Just like that. Beautiful. All right. Martin with the super chat. Thanks, man, for continuing to use the Spider Elite. Good choice. It measures the color gamut in percentages and is simple to use. No problem. Yes, I do agree. I think it's the better choice. Okay. So we've got our music on here, already on here. Peter Spacey Roar is our first song. And we have let's see here. If you want to configure your sound, there should be, Nahimic is the tool of choice from Lenovo. And so you can change your audio profile, turn on bass boost, treble boost, all of that. Like I said, I don't expect this to improve things much, but it's a thing. It's a thing. You know, so I would just probably turn the bass and the treble boost on and leave those on and not worry about it. Probably never open it again. Probably. Okay. Let's go ahead and do Peter Spacey Roar. Beautiful. Real quick audio, completely quiet. 41.1 decibels with this measurement tool. Let's go ahead and see how loud these speakers get. We are at 100% volume already. Yeah. No. Faded A on Half-Life. Let's see if it sounds better. That does not really inspire me to want to dance. La la la, love you like.
I love you like la 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 la. I love you like la 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 la. I love you like la 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 la.
Yeah, no, speakers on this are like at most a 6.5 out of 10, maybe a 6. That's pretty bad. That's about the lowest I've rated speakers. It's like the same speakers you'd get in like a $600 super budget machine. So don't expect much for speakers. And I'm in a pretty quiet room already. And these are not getting particularly loud. I did see like 85 decibels, I think was the highest it went. And the bass was almost non-existent. The mids could be heard, but not very clearly. And the highs were kind of breaking up basically. And yeah, it was not, you'll hear the audio. It'll be pretty tinny though, and not very bassy. That's basically the summary. Okay. So don't buy this if you need excellent speakers. That is the weakest point of the laptop so far that we have tested. All right. Fan noise testing with decibel meter. Let's go. Okay. So with this mode, what we're going to do is test out the, we need to get our SSD as well. Let's see here. It's on the floor. All right. So we're going to plug our SSD in here as well. There we go. All right. And we're going to get Time Spy loaded up. Vertigo says, do you think it's worth getting the Zephyrus G16 for $1,370? You got to give me more specs because there's a few different versions of the G16. But I think you're talking about the 4060 version. And I mean, it's that price is, I think, $70 off retail. I think its default price is $1440 for that laptop. So $1370, as long as it's a brand new laptop, I feel like that's pretty good. I mean, it's a great laptop. It was my most popular reviewed laptop last year, for a reason. It had a lot of people are interested in the laptop, and it's got a good display, good enough performance, very portable, lightweight, pretty decent speakers, like pretty good speakers, better than these ones, that's for sure. And yeah, I think it's a pretty good option. But 1370, I'm not going to tell you it's a great sale. It's an okay sale. I think, given that it's previous gen tech now, I'd probably target like 1250 before I say that's a great deal on that laptop. Okay. Enable window mode, looping enabled, graphics test 2. We're going to run custom. All right. So this is going to be a test to see how loud this machine gets in the different fan profiles. We've got, we're going to be starting off. Okay. We're going to start off with max fans. I should rotate the camera a little bit here so you can see the display. GG says, how do you not have 50 million subscribers? You are awesome. Thank you, GG. I appreciate the support. But thank you to all of the 190,000 subscribers. We just passed the 190,000 subscriber mark, which is huge. It's huge. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're on full speed max fans. Keep in mind our ambient noise baseline is 41 decibels. We are going to just, for custom mode, we're going to slam everything up to the max. Except for our cross load, we'll limit at 55. That's fine. GPU, we're going to go all the way up. I think this is good. I think what we're dealing with here is good. That should get, yeah, crossload is the only one we got to keep at a medium level. Otherwise, it'll impinge GPU performance. So let's go ahead and save that. We're in custom mode. Those are the max fans going right now. Can hear them pretty loud. They're pretty noticeable max fans. All right, we also got to raise up the rear of the laptop. There it is. My old broken SSD enclosure. We'll put that back there. That's what I've been using for a couple years now to raise the back of the laptop up. It can slightly improve airflow and reduce temps by just a little bit. But I like doing it because it's the easiest way to improve performance, and any user can do it. All right, so we got Time Spy going. We need to get Afterburner opened up as well, so we get our overlay. Now, in the Lenovo Vantage, we also have GPU overclock checked. It's a quick once and done. GPU overclock is easy. Oh, we do have CPU overclocking we could turn on as well, but yeah, okay. All right, so here we are. Look at us. Look at us go. 133 watts to that RTX 4070. Woo! That's about as high as we've ever seen on a 4070, bar none. All right? And I don't even know that we're going to see any performance improvement because our clock speed is still only 2595, which can be achieved at like 105 watts with a decent overclock. But yeah, and look at our temps. 65 degrees in full speed fan mode. That's phenomenal. 67 on the CPU, also phenomenal. Like, we're chilling under 70 degrees. That is awesome. I mean, that's as good as it gets, pretty much. You know, these are like almost desktop level temps. in a high performance laptop, which is great. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I wonder how much additional overclocking you could do beyond the default GPU overclock that Lenovo allows you to put on here. I'm guessing you could probably go another 50 to 100 megahertz higher, especially considering we're maintaining our wattage so high. So yeah, and I mean, the temps are looking absolutely fabulous. So, okay, so let's go ahead and see how loud the fans are now. All right. "57 decibels on the fan noise at max fans." Let's go ahead and switch to performance mode now. This is going to reduce our performance to Lenovo's default high level of performance that they would expect, and it's going to reduce our fan noise as well. Should slightly increase our temps. Those are the expected behaviors when switching to this mode. We should see a slight wattage drop, but I don't think the clock speed will go down. We're still hitting right around 2600 on the clock speed. Wattage still in the 130s. We're not really hitting 140, but still in the 130s, even in performance mode, which is really great to see. Our temps climbing up a little. We're in the low 70s now on the GPU and the CPU at the same time. It's phenomenal performance overall. No issues that I can see like at all in terms of its baseline performance and default configuration. We'll let it go for another minute and see if the temperatures keep climbing or if they stabilize in the low 70s. They appear to be stabilizing in the low 70s. What's the appropriate RAM size? So you can see that we're only using 7.6 gigs of the 16 gigs of RAM right now. If you need to do 99% of games, 16 gigs is enough. It's without impinging performance much, if at all. But the handful of games that really want 32 gigs are games like Hogwarts Legacy, Star Citizen, maybe Microsoft Flight Simulator, ultra complex environment games, basically. And there'll be more and more of those coming out over the years. So in general, I would say 16 gigs for most people is fine. High performance gamers that crave the most performance, you're going to want 32 gigs and high speed RAM. So in general, 16 to 32, depending on your budget. If you're trying to save money, 16 gigs will be just fine, I think. Okay, so we're still in the low to mid 70s for our temps. Let's see how loud the fans are. They're much quieter now. We're looking at 49.1 decibels. It's very good for a performance mode fans, right? Like most balance mode fans are like 49 decibels or like 47 to 49 decibels. Performance mode fans typically are in the 55-ish decibels range, give or take like 3 decibels. So that's very good. Let's try balance mode and see how loud we go in balance mode. So balance mode. Notice, wow, balance mode really chopped into our performance quite significantly. We're instantly down to only 80 watts of power on that GPU. That is going to noticeably reduce our clock speed on the GPU from 2600. Now we're doing 2100, 2000 to 2100, 1950 to 2100. That's a lot lower range for your GPU boost. I mean, that's gonna significantly impair your performance. Probably about a 20% difference in performance now, going down to the balanced mode, which is going to be fine in like the slower paced games or the games that are easy to run. But games that you really want to maximize your FPS or are very difficult to run, performance mode is going to be a noticeable boost to your performance for sure. So our temps actually went noticeably down. GPU, because we went down in our wattage, fans also got quieter. 65 degrees on the GPU. I'm kind of wishing they would do 105 watts here, or maybe 100 watts. That would probably be better, because you'd get like close to peak performance on the clock speed, and your temps would still probably be in the 70s. So at the same fan speed we're dealing with right now. Okay, so CPU is also now below 70, 69 degrees on the CPU. Notice our CPU wattage did go down, I think, just a little bit, maybe 5 watts or so on average. But in general, the GPU is the primary thing that dropped in performance. Okay, let's see how loud we are now. Only 45 decibels in balance mode. That is very quiet for a balanced mode. Like, this is a nice, gentle, soft whoosh, which is great. That's a really great balance. Oh, I closed it. We still got quiet mode to do. We're gonna have to reopen it again. Okay, so now we're gonna go ahead and do quiet mode. Quiet mode is you're in a library or you're in a business meeting and you don't want to make noise mode. And generally speaking, it's going to be good enough performance to do web browsing and general tasks like working an office job with no issues. But when you're dealing with, trying to get the most performance in the game, quiet mode is probably not going to work very well, or nearly as well, is the main thing. It's not going to work nearly as well. It's also interesting that in quiet mode, our brightness went down. Okay, that's just, I think that's fine. Quiet mode changes your default brightness as well. Like every time you switch, it switches the default brightness. Okay, so let's go ahead and see the performance first. All right, so we're looking at, let's see, there we go. We're looking at 52 watts of power to the GPU, 22 watts of power to the CPU. Interesting. Only 56 degrees though on the GPU is phenomenal. 66 on the CPU. Overall, like, we did not see any temperature over, I think 75 was the highest we saw on the CPU in performance mode for a moment, but generally temps absolutely superb on this laptop. Let's go ahead and see the fan noise. So default fan noise in the room, 41.1 decibels. Let's see how loud. We're talking adding a half a decibel of fan noise to the room. Taking a listen, I can barely hear the fans, but they are audible. I can definitely hear them. So overall, I mean, this actually, I mean, look at our performance in Time Spy in quiet mode. This appears to be still provide a playable experience for a lot of games, I think. You could probably get 35 to 60, maybe even 100 FPS, depending on how demanding the title is in quiet mode. So that's great. All right, so we're going to do our testing today in performance mode. Okay, performance mode. That'll give us a good overall idea of peak performance while having reasonable fan noise, not too crazy fan noise. Let's run Time Spy since we have it open. All right, let me check chat for a moment while we're here. Okay. Dusan says, do you think that we will get the 40 series Ti refresh anytime soon? Dusan, I'm guessing we don't. I'm guessing we go straight to the 5000 series next year. That's my guess. But I don't know. Maybe NVIDIA's like, hey, now we get the Ti series next year because they're going to go slow or something. And, you know, they were doing yearly GPU releases, and now they didn't do anything this year for the first time in like 10 years. All right, so Time Spy. 127 watts of power to the GPU, 2600 megahertz on the boost clock for the GPU. Temps, again, right around the 70 mark. Even though the fans were not spinning up yet, full speed, we still didn't spike the temps and then have to come down. We stayed in the 60s. And now we're in the low 70s, which is what we saw before in the stress test. Keanu Steve says, I love your reviews, but battery life test is the only thing that's missing at least on the video review because we can't tell on the live. Yeah, that's true. And I hate testing battery life stuff because it takes so dang long. But I probably need to figure out some good testing methodology that I do before the live stream so that I can give you some hard data surrounding it. You know, like a YouTube playback test just ran in a loop overnight with a measurement tool or something like that. But I just got to figure out a good tool to do it with. Okay. Luciano says, I get 12,970 on the GPU and 1,500, I think on the CPU, I think is what you're saying, in the system while streaming through the integrated graphics. Is that good? I think you're talking about Time Spy scores, and those are pretty good scores for a 4070 and the i7. How are you getting those temps? I'm just giving the temps that I got. You know, this is a laptop that I bought from Lenovo, like through their online store. As far as I know, it's not hand selected or anything from Lenovo. It's just follows all of their standard procedures that a customer would, you know, have to deal with. So, I mean, what we got here is just a good, really good airflow. We had a good pace job as far as I can tell. Things are looking great. By Josh says, amazing temps. Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. Pandemonium says, I see a lot of gamers with Quest headsets looking for budget gaming laptops to use their link cable on. I think this could be a helpful addition in your review videos. I think that would be a good video to make separately, but probably not on every single live stream. I don't think. If I added something like a VR test, I mean, it'd be great, I think. But in general, you can tell your performance that you get for a gaming laptop based on the Time Spy score. Like if you're doing 13,000, you can do a lot of VR. No problem. Like pretty good resolution too. You know, probably not the most demanding VR games at the highest resolution settings with the highest end headsets, like the Pimax Crystal, but the Quest 2, 3, you'll be able to play pretty much everything with this headset. So, with this laptop with a Quest 2 or 3 at those resolutions that we're dealing with there. All but the most demanding VR games. Okay, so Time Spy test results. 13,128. Is that the highest 4070 score that we've had? I don't know. I think so. It's pretty good. There's not many 4070 laptops that go over 13,000. The average is probably 12,000 to 12,500. So going over 13,000 with a slight overclock, because we have the overclock applied in the Lenovo Vantage software. Again, just a reminder, GPU overclock is checked. So that applies a 150/200 overclock. Important to keep that in mind when factoring in the results. You could probably score a little bit higher, I'm guessing. You could amp these all the way up and it'll probably be stable and it'd probably get you like 13,300 or 13,500 maybe or something like that. So that's really great. Plus the CPU overclock and undervolt could also happen here. That would also help boost performance by a little bit more. We're not doing undervolting today, but you can undervolt using this CPU undervolt feature and adjusting the settings in here. But yeah, that would be a way to increase some performance slightly more. Even in time spy, the CPU score would go up and likely the GPU score will go up just a tiny bit. Okay. Excellent. So going back here, we have now reached the Asus RAM speed test. We've done everything up through here. Things are looking great so far with this laptop. The only downside right now, I'd say the sore point is the speaker test right here. That is not good speakers. But other than that, everything else has been pretty dang good on this laptop so far. Let's get into, oh, and also I haven't added this yet, but we're going to do a CrystalDiskMark score as well. So I'm just starting this test right now. This is something I want to add consistently so we can see what the SSD speeds are on the laptops to give people an idea of the read and writes of the default SSDs that come with the laptop. 7,000 for our read is phenomenal. Let's see what we get for our write. Keep in mind that anything over 500 megabytes per second, realistically, is going to provide excellent game performance and application performance. Going to 7,000 is like overkill, pretty much, unless you have extreme file speed demands. Like certain applications can benefit from these ultra high speed PCIe SSD speeds, but generally speaking, even just SATA SSDs at 500 megabytes per second is still really, really good. So, main is PlanetSide 2. Trucker 2B, dude. I was ranked the 34th highest PlanetSide 2 player by total kill count after like a month of playing the game. The only people who had more were like Liberator gunners. I was a Reaver pilot. And I think I was the #1 Reaver pilot for the new conglomerate. Maybe there was one other guy that was higher than me. I don't know. I loved that game. I played like over 1,000 hours of PlanetSide 2. I don't know exactly how many. I was an infiltrator when I was on the ground, and then I was a Reaver pilot when I was when the Reaver was up for its timer or whatever. But yeah, love that game. Such a fun game. Yeah. I got a super powerful laptop, a Sager notebook, so I could play PlanetSide 2. Okay, so here's our scores. 7,000 for our read, 1,947 for our write. That's a lot slower for our write, which is interesting. Still very fast. Like I said, anything over 500 is excellent enough to run applications and games super, super quickly. But the read speed for loading files is really, I think, more important for gamers. So these are excellent overall read and writes. Let's go to our Ada 64 test. Big shout out to the Ada team for letting me use their software. They gave me a license so I can test this live on the live streams. So this is going to be our RAM speed benchmark to give us a baseline for how fast and responsive the laptop RAMs are. Because this is something I've been wanting to test for a long time, but I just, I didn't want to shell out. It's kind of expensive to buy the Ada 64 full license, and then it was limited to a certain number of computers as well. Like if it was $200 and I could put it on unlimited number of computers, that's fine. But it's a per computer license, so it made it a little tough for me to be able to get it on my own. I'd have to spend thousands of dollars a year if I were to test Ada 64, which I don't want to do that. So I'm glad they gave me a media license so I can feature them. So link in the description to Ada 64 if you want to test your own read and write and memory speeds. Yeah, PlanetSide 2, an insanely CPU-centric game. So if you want to get really good performance in PlanetSide 2 Trucker, you probably want to get a great CPU. And you got 71 frames per second in which, which game or which settings, I guess, and which laptop. It was a very difficult game to run. I actually ran it, like I said, on a Sager laptop that had a desktop CPU and GTX, I think 7060s in SLI, or maybe 7080Ms in SLI. It was an SLI laptop with a desktop, 6-core desktop CPU, and it was like a 13-pound laptop. And I mainly bought it so I could play PlanetSide 2 because the game was so insanely demanding. Like you got down to like, even with that crazy desktop-based laptop, the FPS would sometimes go down to like 45 or 50 or 60, you know, in the really high, because there's hundreds of players in one location, like 2,000 players on one map in PlanetSide 2. So I'm curious how well it would run nowadays, but I also don't think you're going to run into the full Zergs like you did back when the game was really, really hopping and popular. So we got 13.1K in time spy GPU score. Yeah, so those of you who don't know about PlanetSide 2, PlanetSide 2 was this game. It was a massive 2,000 players on one map with tons of bases, and it was just like this all-out war between 3 different factions. Futuristic vehicles and weapons. The problem was it kind of got into a bit of a leggy mess at times, kind of buggy, and it wasn't very balanced. But it was so much fun when the battles got intense. It was just insane. Like you could get like 20 kills from like a really great tank blast or a great bomber run or fighter run or whatever. And there's just so many ways and unique play styles with that game. I loved it. Okay, so let's go ahead and start evaluating our results for the A64 test. Read speed, 71,000. Write speed, 60,000. These are, I guess, about what you'd expect for an average memory speed at DDR5. Supposed to be 4,800, so you can see 4,800 right there. Yeah, I mean, our latency is 100 nanoseconds. Copy speed, 60,000 megabytes per second. So this is obviously much faster read writes and everything than our SSD with the DiskMark. That said, we've seen over 100,000, like I think it was 110,000 or 108,000, I think, for the Kingston Fury Impact RAM. I have to do a look back, but that's the RAM I got in my Blade 18 with a latency of, I think, down into the 70 nanoseconds. So that's like compared to like the very best RAM versus this RAM. I think this RAM is good. It's good enough. I don't think you're going to run any problems with the RAM speed. Generally, RAM is not a bottleneck anyway, but cool that we're getting results now. That is, let me see if I can get a little bit clearer image. And that's good as it's going to get. Yeah, so that's your 8064 memory speed test. Moving on. It's time to do Cinebench R23. So, Cinebench R23. This is I'm trying to look for process lasso. I'm not seeing it here. There it is. So Cinebench R23, it's a very good test of your CPU's multi-score, you know, lots and lots of cores on its performance level. We are going to be doing I eventually want to be adding Cinebench R24. I'm just trying to hold off on adding it for now. So I use Process Lasso to make sure that our CPU is not being interrupted for the most accurate possible benchmark. All right, and then we're also going to be pulling up HW info 64. This is going to give us all of our temps, clock speeds, and power limits so we can see how the laptop is doing, generally speaking. All right, so there's that, and now we'll bring this closer so I can zoom in even tighter on the text and get us more detailed information, all right? Beautiful. Let's go ahead and start our test. Keep in mind, we are in performance mode. Let me just make sure Steam is not running in the background as well, because I know there's a bunch of updates that Steam needs to do right now for the games that we're not doing actively. So keep in mind, this test is not really going to be a valid run for our starting run. Looks like our temps get quite spicy here. 23,837 for our first run. It's pretty dang good. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and reset. I'm gonna reset our mins maxes. Our temps, 96 degrees. Our wattage pull, 140 watts, is phenomenal for an i7-13700HX. Wow. Looking at our core clocks here, we must be flying 23,620. Our P cores here are doing 4.6 gigahertz, 4.4 gigahertz, 4.3 gigahertz, 4.2 gigahertz. We have 8 P cores in here, and how many E cores? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we have 8 P cores and 8 E cores in this i7-13700HX. The P cores, of course, going to a higher clock speed and being hyper-threaded allow us to have additional performance. The E cores also can be used to help boost performance, but they don't clock quite as high. 23,500. Our temperatures are getting spicy though. We are hitting the 97 degree mark. We could obviously power limit throttle lower if we didn't want it to get so hot on the temps. And we could also run our fans at max fans. We don't have max fans enabled right now because we're in performance mode. We're letting the Lenovo Vantage software ramp the fans. So our current temp is 86 on the core temp. The max temp for all of the sensors is reaching 97 degrees. And that, when we reach that peak 97 degree temps, 23,700 again, when we reach the peak core temp, whatever temp is in the CPU, when we're saying we don't want to go above 97 degrees or 100 degrees, it's going to start power limiting down the CPU and slightly reducing our performance. So if we were able to just run this at max, maybe with a laptop cooler, we could get an external laptop cooler. We could do a lot of different things to try to optimize our performance. But the number one thing would be undervolting for boosting performance. And this laptop should support it because it's an HX with Lenovo. They usually support undervolting. 24,121 because we are now focused entirely on the Cinebench R23 window. We don't have HW info pulled up. Basically, if you want to optimize performance in this laptop, what you're going to want to do, use the CPU undervolting feature from the BIOS, flip that on. Ideally, probably use throttle stop to undervolt your CPU. I did a guide on how to do that with the Pro 7i undervolting and optimization guide, which you can check on my channel. It's going to be the same steps, but just slightly different because it's an i7 instead of an i9 chip. And 23,855. And then in addition, because we are reaching thermal throttling, you could reach slightly higher scores by using a laptop cooler. get some more airflow in there. My test with the laptop cooler can drop the temps by like 10 to 15 degrees, which is going to prevent us from thermal throttling, allowing the CPU to ramp just a little bit higher. Trucker says, all hail Vanu. Get out of here. You're banned. All right. Vanu is not allowed. I'm just kidding. I was New Conglomerate, so long live the NC. Live free in the NC. Ali Schick says, can you check the palm rest area for temps? Palm rest is cool. Right at the Alt key where the keyboard begins, it starts to be a tiny bit warm, but it's not even hot at all. Along the top of the... Yeah, we're not really that hot yet. Almost anywhere. Some of the areas on the keyboard are a little bit on the warm side, but that's the advantage of having a thicker machine. It does not get as hot. It's very comfortable to game on long term. Okay, so now that we've done a bunch of tests back to back, our CPU package power is still around 140. We're not really thermal throttling much down. 135. We're staying above 130, which is that's excellent. That's superb. And you could definitely run this. You know, you could run this with an i9 chip, and the i9 would do pretty well because we're doing. This is very similar cooling to what you're getting in like the Legion Pro 7i, basically. 150 watts of power pull is very similar to a pull on the i9. So it makes sense. This chassis is very similar to the Legion Pro 7i. It's very similar. And so we're seeing very similar levels of potential performance. And personally, these temps at 97 degrees don't really bother me because I know the chip is designed to go that high. And it can stay this high at 97 degrees all day without taking damage. Intel checks this. Some people are not going to like that, and that's fine. You can power limit your CPU or tell it to throttle at 90 degrees if you want, or 85. You can do that. I'm not going to do that because I don't think it's going to help anything or make the laptop last any longer. It'll just reduce your performance. That's my personal opinion on that. Do what you want with it. Overall performance, though, we never did a test below 23,000, I don't think. We did 23,600. We even did 24,100. And we saw that performance being very consistent. Notice the fans are already ramped down and quiet after only like 15 seconds of not running it. I love it. That is amazing. That is absolutely phenomenal overall. Okay. Okay. We have done everything on this list. It's time to do Apex Legends with our ghost display ghosting test, as well as starting into the rest of our gameplay testing. This is my favorite part. I love gaming, and so it's time to game. And we're gonna, we can kind of compare performance back and forth. I was thinking of comparing it with the Legion Pro 5 that I did that has a Ryzen chip. The main thing about that one is that Ryzen chip, I'm pretty sure got kind of spicy on the temps pretty often. I can't remember. I have to refresh my brain on that one. That was a good laptop, good value for the money as well. How would this compare to the Ryzen 9 7940HS? Well, we just saw that we scored around 23 to 24,000 in Cinebench R23, and the Ryzen 9 7940HS was getting more like 20 to 22,000, depending on which laptop you're running things with, which is still good, right? Especially since that chip can go into a smaller laptop. I mean, it's okay in this one, but I would say that they're in the same ballpark of performance for the Ryzen 9 7940HS versus this one. It's not going to be too monumental difference in terms of performance. But I'd say the temps in terms of temps inside of games, this laptop should have really excellent temps compared to most laptops that'll run the Ryzen 9 7940HS. Okay, so we're going to go into firing range. Let's go on, continue, okay. Lone Wolf Gamer says, I have an important question. In terms of waterproofing, which processor is best, Intel or AMD? In Legion laptops, I mean, I had a Legion 5 and water got spilled and it got destroyed. I'm afraid both Intel and AMD will be destroyed by water if you put water on the motherboard. It's just inherent in the nature of electronics, I'm sorry to say. Because water conducts electricity, and if you put water on a motherboard, it will short the motherboard, regardless of the processor type. Okay, so we have 165 hertz refresh rate on this display. We are running at, let's see here, how can I set this up? How do I usually set this up? I think I usually put this in closer. I'm gonna have to redo the camera here, guys. Hold on. I'll switch cameras for a second. There we go. Bingo. Bingo bongo. Okay. Beautiful. All right, so we're going to be running at max settings to start with. All right, so we're at maximum settings. I don't know why Afterburner is not benchmarking. I guess this did not save. Makes sense. Okay. Got to change a couple other gameplay items. There we go. I have to change my keybinds every time. I don't know why it doesn't save them across laptops. I wish it would. It'd be so awesome if it did. All right, we're gonna shoot some rounds through the G7 Scout, my favorite gun in this game. And we'll see what we get. So we're going to go and start our benchmark one more time. Okay, looking, I'm moving it. This is a very responsive display. Things look good. I can easily aim. I'm not seeing any issues with this laptop at all in terms of display issues. Quality is looking good. I mean, our FPS is not quite the 165 hertz refresh rate. We're only doing 160, 128 for a 1% low. Still feels really good though. If we go ahead and drop down to low settings, we'll be able to see what kind of performance we get with low settings. Okay, so 215 FPS. Yeah, our 1% low, 180. That's really good. You know, we are GPU bottlenecked at 100% GPU utilization because we are at a high resolution. For a 4070 QHD gaming, you know, this is pretty dang good. I'm impressed. Like our 1% low is higher than our refresh rate. I don't have much mouse space here. I need to scooch over just a hair so I can aim properly without the mouse going off the desk. Okay. Lone Wolf says, this or the Acer Predator Helios 16? I'd probably recommend this, probably, unless you're getting the Neo 16 with like the mini LED, in which case, maybe that is the better option. I mean, I would still probably go with this if it was my money. That said, I've been hands-on with the Neo 16, you know, the Acer laptops. They're great, but they're not my style. That's a big part of the issue. Okay, so that's our performance. Let's go ahead and get into an actual match. So, Apex Legends. Wow, our CPU going pretty high there, 97 degrees. Apex Legends is one of my favorite games of all time. I've got well over 1,000 hours. I don't know how many hours, probably like 3,000 hours in Apex Legends. It's a great game. Nice. We got to join a game part of the way through. This is good. And I did reach the rank of Apex Predator for 2 seasons in this game, which is I'm really, I guess, proud of that. It's one of my top gaming accomplishments. It was very difficult to do. Obviously, I'm not nearly as good as I was, but I still have fun with this game. It's such a good game. Oh my god, my mouse sensitivity is not good right now. Yeah, I'm not tuned to this mouse at all. Okay, so looking at our GPU utilization, we're doing 110 watts. We are seeing some spikes though up to the 130 watt mark. I don't think it's going to impact performance much though. Compared to this was just running at, let's say, 105, 110 watts, you know, but it still is great to see. And our FPS is actually higher than the shooting range, doing 248 FPS right now, 170 for our 1% low is fantastic. I mean, we're running this game really, really, really well. QHD resolution, G-Sync enabled. I mean, this thing, it feels great to play. I don't know where the enemies are. Where are the enemies? I guess there's an enemy up there. I don't love this. Okay, my teammate is fighting someone over here. Let's go over here. I would love it to be able to get a kill. Or 2 maybe. Wow. Wing dinged me. Apparently there's 12 people in this match. But I'm not seeing them. Where are they? This is a new map as well. Ooh. Oh, we got a double kill. That's good. Is this QHD plus? Yes, Luciano. We're doing 2560 by 1600 resolution. Okay, almost got him. So one team's about to win already. That's how bad this is right now. We got into the very end of the game. We managed to get a few kills. And yeah, we confirmed that this is a great experience with this laptop. So that's great. And I'm tempted to just move on already to the next game, but we're at the very end, so might as well just let it finish. Okay, there we go. So temps, 78 degrees on the GPU, 90 on the CPU right there. Really pulling that CPU wattage. Look at that, 70 watts to the CPU. You know, Apex Legends on low is pretty CPU demanding. And this laptop has the chops to handle it at peak performance for the internal components that we got in this laptop. So love to see it. Refresh rate for 1% low is amazing. Yes, that is really, really great performance. Okay, so now we're doing Helldivers 2. All right, so this is a absolutely phenomenal co-op shooter that's kind of like Starship Troopers. And it's very demanding. And I'm curious to see what the FPS we get with a 4070 at QHD resolution. That's not going to be easy to run. So a 4090, is only getting like 70 FPS in this game at this resolution on ultra settings. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a snack real quick. Sweet liberty. Oh my. Okay. Get us a snack too. I'm sorry. I would if I could. Okay. Well, out of the gate here, we're looking at 90 FPS. That's interesting. Let's see what the defaults are. All right. So defaults. We want to set it, well, render scale is set to ultra quality. That's probably why. Oh, never mind. Ultra quality actually is pretty good. We'll do quality. And then we want to apply. All right. And then we're going to go to, we'll just do ultra preset. All right, so ultra graphics preset. It's interesting that texture quality is set to high even with ultra preset. Notice that it recommends having 10 gigs of VRAM for ultra textures. 8 gigs may not be enough if you want ultra textures. Interesting. I wonder, we should probably just follow the recommendations, but. So we're on max settings right now with quality render scale. And I don't know if this has DLSS in here. I don't think it does. This might just be straight rendering and upscaling. Okay, so we're at 100 FPS. Let's see if we can do a quick mission. We're just gonna hit quick play. Lone Wolf Gamer, what is the max RAM capability on this laptop? 4800 to 5200. Good question. I would guess 4800 because that's what Lenovo put it to. But I think the chipset is probably 5200. Look at this. Helldivers killed 27 million. Yeah, 27 million kills. That's a lot of dead dudes.
The Helldivers battle for freedom. Let us decide where to enter the fray.
I don't know why it's taking so long to load into a match. Usually it's really fast.
Allied destroyer coordinates.
Let's see if I can connect to this one. Sometimes it'll say you can join, but then it like says the server's full. Adjig says, hi, is the fan noise bothering you? Or is it not noticeable? Generally speaking, I'm not very bothered by fan noise because I grew up with it. So, good news, everybody. We have Jesus Christ on our team. We are going to eradicate these evil forces. Definitely. Wow. Our FPS is really good. What the heck? It kicked me out. Those guys. They didn't want me on their team. Jesus Christ didn't like me. No. He said, you're going to hell. Because we are. Okay. All right, so we're just going to do eradicate automaton forces. We're going to try to get into the hell pods and just launch immediately. So that we can get into a match. I just want to try to do a benchmark, right? That's the goal of this. I don't think we can do this mission by ourselves without any help, but we'll try. FPS too high, you got kicked out. So far, I've been really impressed with the FPS we're getting. I guess that shows you that this is a largely CPU-bound game, even on ultra settings. Because this FPS, I think, is better than... We're... Wow, our 1% low is... Look at our frame time. It is solid. Like, it's just a solid, perfect line. 83 for our 1% low. It's really, really good. Oh my God. Heal me. Woo. Okay, we almost died just there. This auto turret is shooting guys that you can't even kill. Collect the samples. I need to change the keybinds so I can aim down sights better. I really need to get a supply beacon sent in. Oh, we got killed. Oh, the chopper guy came from behind on us. So we're at 85 FPS, 69 for a 1% low. This is really good performance. I think this is higher performance than what I was expecting. Like noticeably better performance. Oh my goodness, there's so many bad guys right there. This is, one guy just gave up and left us. Well, we don't really have the best types of... we don't have the best type of guys, and they're all set up now. They're like coming in like crazy right now. Okay, can I... Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. It's crazy right now. It's nuts. So 84 FPS, 74 1% low. It's just phenomenal gameplay. Okay. Even in this super hectic, tons of guys. So that's amazing. I love it. Wrist rest also remaining pretty cool, though I would say that the keyboard area is starting to get hot. Get really warm. Okay. Next game is Counterstrike 2. Okay. Overall, I gotta say, I'm very impressed with the initial impressions of the performance. In Helldivers 2, it was just perfect. Like the FPS I was seeing, I believe was tested the same as my Blade 18. And at least in the Blade 18, I was getting less FPS, but it was a different map. So maybe that affects things. It probably does. It was like the bigger map areas, you know? But we had a lot of dudes on screen and we were doing really great FPS. And the frame time graph was beautiful. Absolutely agree. Temps, I think the temps on the CPU were in the 80s, but it was still really good, generally speaking. Like we weren't thermal throttling at all, so. Okay, so we need to make sure we have console enabled. Yep, and then we want CL show FPS 1. Play. Oh, we got to go to our settings. Video. Advanced video. Default, very high. All right, so we're doing the very high defaults. Do a deathmatch on Dust 2, and we'll see how much FPS we get. Okay, so right now we're doing 140. Wow, CS2 is actually kind of demanding. You know, we are on. We're on very high settings though. What the heck? Then we run around. Oh my. Yeah, I headshot him, but my gun wasn't strong enough to one-shot headshot kill. Auto shotty OP. Counter-Strike was my first love for gaming. Counter-Strike 1.6. I don't know yeah, pretty much I mean, I guess original Tribes was my first love. But this is like love number 2. It was my first major love. You know, this is the first game I put more than 1,000 hours into. Counter-Strike 1.6. And I ran a clan, had like 50 people in my clan. That guy's about to get knifed. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay. Pump shotty from a distance is rough. All right. Somebody's got an op. I want an op too. Eeh. All right, we'll go until we die, and then we'll move on. 150 FPS. Obviously, this is very good, but very good. But you can get way more FPS just by turning the settings down. Like we just go down to medium, let's say, right? Medium. Now we're doing 400 FPS. All right, so. You need FPS. Just set it settings down a little lower. Counterstrike 2 is actually kind of hard to run. That's what we're finding out today. All right. Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, so we need to exit to main menu. They made it so you can't Alt F4 out of this game for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, next game, Illuvium. Can't you use MSI Afterburner to show FPS? Nope. Counterstrike 2 does not let you. They prohibit any type of overlay to prevent cheating. Because a lot of cheaters will use like hacking overlays where you can see through walls and stuff. So that's the reason. Helsenberg, can you do a review for the Legion Slim 5 16-inch with the Ryzen 7 7840 and 4060? So Helsenberg, did I do that exact one? I don't think so. I think the Slim 5 I reviewed was a Ryzen 5. But I liked it. I was pretty impressed with the Slim 5 16-inch. So this is Illuvium. This is a game that is one of my favorite games now, and I play a lot of Illuvium. I've been playing it almost every single day. They just did a massive update. This is a free-to-play game that will have crypto integrated into it eventually. These creatures that you capture and battle are kind of like Pokemon, but they're called Illuvials. And this is the battle arena where you PvP other players. Now, they just redid all this. They just redid this whole game. Battle mode to be just way different than it used to be. And so we are going to try... I don't know... try this out, see if we win this round. So you can play against AI to practice now, which is nice. And they also just revamped the whole multiplayer mode to, I guess, I'm not sure what their goal was exactly, but they obviously wanted to improve it. And I imagine that the big thing here is that they're wanting to make it also be more approachable, so they added a tutorial mode. So the two main areas of Illuvium that people are going to play are going to be the multiplayer where you battle other players, and then also the single player where you go and collect, capture, and you can then trade the Illuvials that you capture. The publicly traded version of the blockchain where you can actually go and capture Illuvials is not out yet, but it's in a to be released stage basically. And I'm really looking forward to it whenever it does come out. So this battle mode is basically like turn-based. We've got a bunch of turns at the top here. You win and lose, and you lose and gain HP, or you don't gain, but you can lose HP. You want to kill your opponent before you run out of HP, basically. So I lost that last round, and my goal is to hopefully win. So I upgraded my tanks in the front to absorb more damage, and I've got my DPS guys in the back over here. So notice how these guys, when they go off with their ultimate, they hit the furthest guy away from them. That's how like they work basically. And so this game, the multiplayer is all about strategy, comboing the right units to get the right attributes over here. So Bulwark gets like additional tanky attributes. Scion gets better ult attributes so that when you do your ult, you do more damage. And then all these affinities also make a difference. They're kind of like earth, air, nature, water, fire, and they all counter each other. And those can make your Illuvials do more or less damage against your opponents. So we'll go for the Scion imprint. And then we'll also do Impact Dampener and Scion. So these are legendary cards that you bid on with your tokens And if you outbid your opponent for that card, you get to keep it. So he did not get the Scion. But he went 3 on the impact dampener and 1 on the restoration suppressor. So I got the Scion. That's nice because now I can make one of my guys do more damage. Let's upgrade our guy. Can I? I cannot. All right, and let's upgrade him again. And then let's add our DPS cat on the back line. We'll add another Scion here. And we'll add one more Scion to this guy. So now we got 5 Scion, which is going to give us 35 Omega power, which is going to up all of our guys' ultimates. And then 80 for Scion units. So all these guys that have Scion in the back line, they're just going to do a bunch of extra damage. Then I'll add this Nano Sequencer, which is going to heal my big guy. So combining all this together, I'm pretty sure I've got this in the bag, I think, for this round. Since I've got Scion now, like my guys are doing a lot more damage. I also got 3 Earth, so that gives all my guys more durability. So it takes a lot of like forethought and thinking with this game to really maximize your team's potential. And then you really want to like counter your opponents, what they're doing as well. And this is like this is the multiplayer battler. There's ranked mode in this now, and the ranked mode gives you, they're giving away, I think like $15,000 in rewards, I think, every week. At least they were. I don't know. I think they paused it for right now, but they will, I think, resume it. Let's go ahead and give my guy... We'll give my guy here an upgrade to make him into a Colossus, which is going to pair well there. We'll upgrade that guy. We'll upgrade this guy. Why doesn't he want to upgrade? I don't understand that. We'll upgrade some of our other guys there. We'll give my guy armor. And we'll switch into Verdant. This is going to give my guy super healing ability. We got this one in the bag, I think, unless they did some crazy upgrade to their guys. Let's find out. Oh, yeah. My guys are doing damage. Kicking some tail. Looking at our FPS, right? So this is built on the Unreal Engine 5. And by the way, I am invested in this game. Like literally, this is a crypto-based game, so you can buy the ILV token for Illuvium. And I do own Illuvium. So I like full disclosure. I like complete honesty. And this game runs on the Unreal Engine 5. The graphics are really, really good, I think. And like when you get in close on these guys, they have incredible detail on all of the creatures. And the designs are just really good. The artists in this game are just top notch. So let's see if we can upgrade. Can we upgrade this guy? Oh, we can recall him. I have to, like, they just revamped this whole thing to change it all up. So I don't really understand how it all works right now. I think that's the best we're going to do for right now. I think we'll win this fight again. Set this guy over there. I think this is going to win us this match. And then we'll hop into the overworld where we'll see how the performance is in the overworld. So looking at our actual frame time graph, this game needs more optimization. I think that's a weakness of this game. You can see that because, you know, we've got all these little stutters on the frame time graph. And our 1% low is only 8. Let's go ahead and refresh it, see how well we're maintaining our 1% low now. 54 FPS for our 1% low, 23 for our 1% low. Oh man, I don't know if we'll win this. It's going to get really close. We need my DPS guys to really come out and kill them. Do the damage. Come on. No. Okay, so... Oh man. So we lost that round. Let's see what can we do to make this. So we want Verdant. We need to make sure we kill this Ranger. So we want to stack all of our Scion guys away from the Ranger, so hopefully they go after the Ranger. I think that's my initial first impression. And then I think we're going to want to reposition our Ranger to this side, switch this guy over here. Move our guys over here. Water Scion. Can I switch this out? Can I upgrade this guy? I can. Let's give you Verdant. Got Proton Vest. We'll switch you over here. We'll switch you over here. We'll switch you over. Actually, we'll put you over here. Okay, yes. I'm liking all of this. I don't know if I can pull a win off now. This has got me questioning whether I can do it. We've got Granite. So this guy is going to be invincible for the first 4 seconds. Yeah. We'll put this guy over here. All right, let's see if we can win. I don't know if we can win this. Oh, he switched up his Ranger. So, I mean, this is playing against AI, so maybe the AI is not very good. But his Ranger is not going to be nearly as good this time. And our guys are all lined up to mow down their dudes now in a line. So they do like a combo straight line damage with these Scion abilities, which I love. One of my favorite designs is this TNT guy right here. Just looks absolutely ridiculous. All right, so we got the W. Very nice. Very nice. Let's hop into the overworld and see how we do. Let me check chat. Dennis says, hey, Gizmo Love from Turkey. I'm planning to buy a 4090 laptop heavily for gaming display and the gaming performance and the most important parts. I'm thinking to buy the Legion Pro 7 from B&H, $2,500. I would advise not buying from B&H Photo because of their poor return policy, if possible. At least in the United States. I don't know what it is in other areas, but it's not very good in the United States. Just because if you open the laptop and use it all, then you have a hefty restocking fee, I think of 15% or something like that, even if there's something wrong with the laptop, which doesn't make any sense to me. So I tend to recommend other retail websites if possible. Okay, so this is Sanctum Mesa. This is going to have a bunch of different world zones to be able to go collect and capture alluvials. Desert. There's going to be so many different, and they're so creative looking. There's like ocean, desert, lava, ice world, underground caverns. Yeah, this game is going to be awesome when it finally fully launches, and it's supposed to launch pretty dang soon. So in this game, you have all kinds of movement mechanics, jump, jetpacks. It's pretty sweet. Notice that we have pretty bad 1% lows. And our VRAM at 7 gigs is probably running out. Probably means that as we run and continue to run through the world, we're probably going to run into more stutters, but maybe not. We're looking pretty good right now. So the fundamental idea behind Illuvium is that you're going to actually be able to own the creatures that you collect in this game, and you'll be able to trade them to other players. Like, think about Pokemon Go. I've invested hundreds of dollars in that game, and I can't do anything with that game now. All that stuff's worthless to me, except when I play the game every now and then. But if I wanted to sell my super expensive, harder to capture creatures, I couldn't. In this game, you can. And that's kind of the core idea that makes it, I think, better. You've got all these upgrade abilities to your weapons, your suits, your jetpack, your visor for seeing through walls. There's augments that you can get for putting on the alluvials. You'll need to upgrade your shards to be able to capture alluvials. You'll need to get shards. You'll need a shard for each alluvial you'll capture eventually. And then you got your drone. You got lots of upgrades to put on your drone. And then what you'll want to do is grab your, I don't think, do I have any alluvials right now? I don't think I have any alluvials. So that's okay. I don't have alluvials because they just reset the servers. I had captured like hundreds of them. But this is still in private beta for this open world section. But I'm going to show you my favorite area of the game that they've created so far, called Brightland Steps, which is like a place up in the sky that are like islands floating in the sky with all of these like tubular things and floating rocks, and it's really, really cool. Anyway, they're about to change the overworld drastically by adding creatures into the overworld that you can shoot and capture. So I'm really looking forward to that. That's going to make it a lot more like, I guess, Pal World. And I think it'll make the gameplay really fun. So we'll sort around in here for a couple minutes and just show you the environment. And we'll test the performance in this area of the map. And then we'll call it a day and move on to the next game. Kareem says, hi, is it worth getting the 4080 Pro 7i or this and save? For me, I would want the performance of the 4080, and the VRAM the 4080 has, but I think plenty of people would be okay with going for going for the cheaper 4070. Depends on how competitive you are, honestly. So let's adjust some of the settings here. Our graphics, we're currently on Epic. Let's turn textures down to medium. And DLSS is currently on performance. Let's go to balanced. Okay. So you can see there's still loading in assets issues, but once everything's loaded in, usually it runs quite a bit smoother. So as you can see, there is this visor that lets you see through the walls to see all the resources you can capture. So we can harvest this, and then we can use that in our suits and armor and weapons and upgrades. And then, like I said, there will be alluvials that will be capturable. You shoot them in the open world to capture them, is I believe how they're going to do it. For right now, in the current beta mode, there's these portals you shoot. I missed it. So it winked away. Man, the grass in this game is nuts. It's so cool looking. So there's plants you can harvest, and then there's also mining ore nodes that you also will need to collect for upgrades. Okay, so I hit that one. That's good. Let's see. Let's just go ahead and hop in this and show you the battle interface, and then so this is where you would actually go capture the creatures. You have to like battle them. Like I said, in the future, you'll be shooting them to be able to initiate this mode. That's it. I think that might be up in the air now with the new changes to the Illuvium. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys to kill. I hope we can do it. I have a distinct feeling that we may fail here. Let's find out. Okay, so the more guys you put on the board, the less of a chance you'll have to actually capture them. I've got 3 air and 2 rogue right now. But things are not looking great. Oh man, my guys aren't powerful enough to beat them, so I won't be able to capture any of these alluvials. If I did, I'd be able to potentially capture some. But that gives you an idea of the battling, at least, to capture them currently set up. You go into this battle mode, and then if you beat them, you'll have a chance at capturing some of the alluvials, and you might be able to keep them. And like I said, then you'll own them and keep them permanently and be able to trade them for real money. So that's why I love the game as a concept, and that's Illuvium. So let's go ahead and move on to the next game, which is going to be God of War, one of my other favorite games. I absolutely love this game. Francisco Golden says, this game looks terribly optimized. I 100% agree with you right now. Particularly when it's loading in assets, it really needs some more optimization. But gameplay wise, it's, I think, looking epic. Right, God of War is next, so let's go ahead and load that up. Henby says, hey Gizmo, is it good to buy the 4070 or 4060 and save money? Valorant will run really, really well on a 4060 and 4070. So you could, if you're a Valorant player, you can save money and go with the 4060. Won't really be worth the 4070 because Valorant will be CPU bound unless maybe you're running at 4K or something. But generally at QHD or 1080p, it's going to be CPU bound. So, and it's going to have good performance over 200 FPS. Probably 300 FPS with a 4060 or 4070. So, but in general, I think a 4070 is worth about 10 to 15% more money than a 4060. So if the 4070 is not too much more, then it's worth buying. Like if it's only 15% more, then it's probably worth buying. If the 4070 is like 30% more, 40% more, don't buy the 4070 version. Unless it comes with a bunch of other upgrades, like a better display, more RAM, better SSD, maybe a better CPU as well. So there's a lot of things to consider in that factor. Okay, so we're at DLSS quality. Graphics, we're set to Ultra. All right. Looking at our wattages, 127 watts up here is excellent. 2600 on the boost clock. Basically what we saw in TimeSpy. 98% GPU utilization. We're very GPU bound. 77 degrees on the GPU. 90 degrees on the CPU, though, is pretty spicy. So let's go ahead and see what we get. Like, I wouldn't be worrying about the temps on the CPU if it was me, but just to know, maybe if I was a really hot environment, that could be more of an issue, but like I'm in an air-conditioned environment, so it's not a problem. So 73 for our average, 46 for our 1% low. For reference, a 4090 in this test does like 125. So 73, a little bit more than half of a 4090 at about a little bit less than half of a 4090's price. I feel like we're getting good value. We're getting good FPS and good performance. Things are looking smooth, no tearing. And if you wanted to have better FPS, just go down to the original graphics settings. And now we're doing 116. And it's very, very smooth. Either way, this game would be playable, but I'd probably play on original graphics settings just for the improved gameplay experience. Okay, next is Cyberpunk 2077. Let's go. Dennis wants to know, would you advise buying a 4090 now or wait for the 5000 series because of paying that much money? Well, unfortunately, I am not a future seer as much as I would love to be. I think if you don't have a computer right now and your goal is to wait for a 5000 series, you could get something cheap right now, like more like something like this in the $1,300 price point until you need to upgrade. If you already got something that's good, good enough for you to play all the games you want to play, then you could hold off for till the 5000 series. But, you know, it all depends on what you have right now. If you don't have anything, then I think the 4000 series is a fantastic series. Huge performance jump compared to 3000 series. And I imagine the 5000 series will probably be another big jump because they're going to be 2 years between. All right, so we're doing ray tracing on Ultra, DLSS on... I don't know why it said, yeah, DLSS, and then we're going to do DLSS on quality. All right, so ray tracing Ultra, DLSS on quality. Run the benchmark. Diane Fox says, let's go. Yeah, that's right. Let's go. Yeah, 5000 series is probably about a year away. It's probably not coming out anytime soon. Probably. Maybe they'll pull a Computex 5000 series release. Probably not, though. Oh, do we have frame gen enabled? We need to make sure frame gen is enabled. 50 FPS right now. 31 for a 1% low. 99 GPU utilization. 2600, 125 watts. 4070 is pulling good amount of wattage in this laptop. It's great to see. Ray reconstruction should give it a little more performance. I believe that's correct. We were enabling that before. We'll double check our settings here in a moment. We might have to rerun this. Probably will rerun it. I don't think I enabled frame gen, so unless it was enabled by default. We had a bit of a stutter there coming out. Probably getting some of these stutters right here, because we're running out of VRAM. 8 gigs of VRAM requires lower textures. That's just the fact in a game like Cyberpunk. So 54 FPS, obviously very playable, but the stutters are an issue, so you probably have to drop down to medium or maybe low on your textures. We did not have frame gen, and it said DLSS was on auto. God, this game is messed up. Ray reconstruction on. DLSS was not on auto. What is wrong with this game? And then if you want to change your texture quality, let's try that. Let's try low. All right. Let's see. Let's see what happens now. So the first round we did, I think it was around 50 FPS. But we had a lot of stutters. Low textures. Let's see how bad these textures look too. It's important to see. And we did turn on frame gen. Interesting, frame gen not helping us much here. Also, VRAM, even on low, is still being capped. QHD resolution is the situation there, so we would need to lower our render resolution by lowering our DLSS to, say, balanced or performance, and that would probably reduce our VRAM pull. I wonder if it even saved our settings, because we are doing almost the exact same FPS with very similar stutters. I guess the stutters are maybe a little bit less, but definitely still stuttering as we're moving through these environments. I think that this VRAM issue is an NVIDIA problem, and it's part of how they're doing planned obsolescence, basically, where users will have to upgrade in the future. And that's one of the reasons why I really recommend a 4080 or a 4090 for QHD gaming, because you get more VRAM, and in that sense, it's much more future-proof. So keep in mind texture quality. Yeah, it says it was set to low. Frame generation, it says it was enabled. Ray reconstruction enabled. 57 FPS as measured by the Cyberpunk engine. Or 57 FPS. Just looks a little bit weird there. All right, let's try going to performance on DLSS. Everything else is the same. Let's see if that improves our VRAM issue. I think it will. And I think it'll give us better 1% lows too. So I think that's what's going to pull us over the edge into good enough performance to where you'd be happy with it, probably. And lowering DLSS is just going to make everything look a bit more fudgy around the little fine details. I don't love lowering that if I can help it. Looks like we're still getting our big frame time stutters occasionally, but I don't think it's quite as bad. We were doing 7.8 gigs on the VRAM. Now we're doing 7.3. Still might need to go lower on our... Still might need to go down to like... I wouldn't want to go to ultra performance. I'd probably want to drop it to just 1080p maybe. With DLSS on quality. That's probably what I would do. But at least our FPS is rocking now at 88. So in terms of smoothness for the average, it's going to be much better. But we'll have occasional stutters. The stutters are much better. Notice how smooth the frame time graph is being through more of it. So maybe it would be better in more areas of the game. And it'd be all right. But at least at the beginning, we were stuttering pretty bad. 83 FPS for our average. Dang. Textures in Cyberpunk are nutty in QHD. Okay, moving on to the next game. Dead Space 2023. Yee. Hanby, I have tested Valorant and several other laptops. I know the Aorus 7 review that I made, the esports gaming laptop, I did test Valorant in that. If you want to see what how Valorant performs on a 4060, I'm pretty sure we did over 300 FPS with that 4060. I think. Wait for the 40 series price drop. So the 40 series already had a big price drop because basically gaming laptops, when the 40 series first came out, there was a little bit of a supply shock. Things were kind of hard to get. The most popular laptops were kind of hard to get. But after about 6 months, pretty much everything was available. And then we had an overstock issue where a lot of laptops were in stock at a lot of stores and things started going on sale everywhere. Pretty much every laptop went on sale in 2023 at some point, and oftentimes for multiple longer periods of time. So, and even right now we're seeing some good sale prices, not quite as good as we saw on Black Friday most of the time, but like the Zephyrus G14 at $1,000, pretty insane. Pretty insane deal. And some of the sales we've seen on these laptops, very, very good. Okay, so 2560 by 1600. And then we're going to do DLSS on quality, graphics on ultra. And here we are. All right, so no frame gen with this game. And things are looking pretty smooth. The frame time graph always looks wonky in Dead Space. Like, I can turn the camera and look and aim really well, even though it says 29 FPS for our 1% lows. Notice our VRAM, 7.5 gigs, but we're not running into hard stutters yet. You might run into hard stutters later in the game as you move between areas, but so far things are looking pretty good on that front. What was my expectations for Cyberpunk? Cyberpunk went through a lot of changes and optimizations with the new extended release that came out. Like the expansion. And so the FPS changed pretty dramatically in Cyberpunk 2077. So it's kind of hard to say what my expectations were. Overall, I mean, 1% lows in the stuttering was expected. I've seen it stutter with 4070s multiple times. We're here in the benchmark run now. 73 FPS for our average, 29 for our 1% low, right in line with what I expected for this laptop. Our CPU getting pretty spicy at 96 degrees. Again, I'm not too worried about that. Like, I'm not worried at all about it breaking early or anything like that, because Intel CPUs are designed to run. And we're pushing a lot of wattage. Look at combined wattage of about 200 watts going through this laptop right now. And as long as we're not hard stuttering from the thermal throttling, then we're good. All right, so boom, 75 FPS, 29 for 1% lows. Dead Space is looking good. The main issue is this game loves pulling high CPU wattage, and you might be able to lower this by going into the custom fan mode and just lowering your CPU wattage in a cross load to like 55 or something. And it probably would not negatively impact your performance, but it would lower your temps quite a bit, and maybe your fan noise too. Okay. There's Dead Space for you. Let's move on to the next game. Starfield is next. Can you test silent mode? Great question. You got the A16 influenced by your in-depth review. Are you talking about the one with the 7600S in it, the Radeon GPU? How's that going for you? Are you enjoying it? Morian says, G14 2024 or Razer Blade 14 4060 version, which one would you recommend? I think they're both excellent. The G14 is probably the way I would go if it's the same price, or even, but I think the G14 is cheaper. Yeah, so for the money, the G14 I think is a no-brainer. If you have unlimited money, that's where things get a little more difficult. And I would say they're very competitive laptops. And for there, I think it comes down to brand loyalty and what you like. I think the Blade 14 maybe was a little bit more rigid on the build quality still, but they're in the same ballpark. So it's hard to complain. All right, so we're going ultra settings. FSR 3, frame generation enabled. As we saw in my previous test, FSR 3 actually performs better than DLSS 3 with frame gen, which was very surprising. So these should be the most optimal settings. And we're going to be testing it in the one of the most demanding cities in Starfield, which is Aquila, one of the outlaw cities, basically, or colony cities. Outlaws like coming here, but this is not necessarily an outlaw city, I guess. So when this game launched, a 4070 would be like 40 FPS in this game. They did so much optimization. It looks so much better. Let's start our benchmark run. Here we go. 100 FPS starting out for our average. Very good frame time graph. 74 for our 1% lows. It's phenomenal. Now we're getting to an area where there's tons of NPCs. Our VRAM is not being capped. We're at under 6 gigs of VRAM right now. 86 FPS so far for our average. 67 for a 1% low. Things are looking phenomenal again. You're going to have a great time in this game with this laptop and everything. I love it. Looks great. The main thing with FSR 3, I can tell there's a slight input lag to moving the mouse. Something you gotta get used to if you're gonna use it. But for a single player game, it's just fine. Okay. Next game, Baldur's Gate 3. One of the games I keep getting into, like I get into Baldur's Gate 3 for like a week, and then, I play like 10 hours, and then I end up, a new game like Pal World comes out or Helldivers 2, and then I'm like, okay, I gotta play the new game that came out. And then I end up leaving Baldur's Gate 3 because it's such a long, in-depth game. You can't really beat it quickly. So it's a great game. I love Baldur's Gate 3. I want to beat it all the way through. Can be a little frustrating with the puzzles, though. Black Clover says, we love buying a 4070 for 40 FPS. Well, just wait till you try Dragon's Dogma 2. I think that you might get 40 FPS in that game. I don't know. I don't know what the FPS will be, but I hear the game is horribly optimized, and even really powerful machines are struggling to run it well. Test silent mode. Okay. All right, Mr. Bavel. We'll test silent mode in this game. All right. We'll start out in silent mode. How about that? That way I don't forget. Quiet mode. There it is. Okay. Hard to remember which save we had. Baldur's Gate 3 is great alone, but with a group, it's probably the best game ever made. Oh, that's so true. You know, I have not played it with any friends. And you know what? I absolutely should. Like, that's what would keep me in it. Like, coming back to the game every week, like a weekly game night with friends until you beat it. That would be amazing. Great idea, sir. I love that. So we're in silent mode, okay? And we're doing 75 FPS. Awesome. Let's check. We gotta check our video settings. I don't think we're optimized yet for our video settings. We need to make sure VSync is off. DLSS, we wanna set, we're gonna do Ultra preset, and then DLSS on quality. Resume. Okay, so now that we've added DLSS, we're actually doing 120 FPS in silent mode. What? That is really, really good. So Baldur's Gate 3, just know that this game is one of the easier to run AAA titles that have come out recently. And expect, you want to expect 1% low stutters every time a turn changes or ends because the camera jumps. But wow, silent mode is really coming in clutch right now. Oh my goodness. All right, so we're just gonna let this play through for a little bit, for a couple turns. And yeah, I mean, silent mode's gonna be great depending on the game that you want to play. But Baldur's Gate 3, silent mode. Boom, and I cannot hear the fans at all over the gameplay now. So that's really great. All right, so let's go back to performance mode and see the difference. So we were doing a little over 100 FPS before. Going into performance mode now, we're doing 152 FPS. So we went from a pretty great gaming experience to an even better one. 155. Wow, we didn't stutter. Ooh, look at us. We're not stuttering when it jumps between characters and turns so far. Oh, there's the stutter right there. I gotta say, that's pretty good though. In terms of, we've only had the one stutter. That's better than average. So 161 FPS, 72, and this is QHD. QHD plus, 2560 by 1600. I love it. Whereas letting my guys get slaughtered. Anyway, okay, so very good performance in Baldur's Gate 3. We're on to The Witcher 3, another fantastic RPG that was recently revamped. Can you test silent mode in God of War? No, I won't, but I can tell you that it should do pretty well if you're on original settings. If you're on Ultra, I think you might struggle to hit 60 FPS, but on original graphic settings, you should be hitting over 60. Did I test the Scar 18 screen yet? I have not, Ibrahim. I want to do a second live stream with the Scar 18 and just, so the interesting thing is, so the mini LED left side of the screen actually went out on the Scar 18 on the review unit. There was like a portion of the backlight went out. So I had to send it back to Asus and they sent me a whole new review unit. So, and I know we also had performance issues in Cinebench R23 where we had one core like super fast overheating. So I think it was an uneven application basically. So I want to do a re-benchmark basically and see if there's any performance difference with the new units and see if we get any performance improvement as well as the display test. But I'll skip the unboxing part because we already did that. But that's kind of my goal and why Asus sent me another one. I appreciate them sending me another one. And like I said, I'm not hiding it from you that the other one went out. And I'll talk about it a little more in detail and maybe show a picture of the pixels that went out. Okay, so let's go ahead and load in to map. Am I going to do the 2024 version of the Pro 7i? I very well might, primarily because of the display test. You know, the display in the Pro 7i is supposed to be 100% P3 color gamut. And then, of course, I'm curious to see how the i9-14900HX performs in that chassis. It could be a lot better. Let me make sure that we have frame gen enabled as well. So graphics, ray tracing on Ultra. I don't really recommend playing with that setting enabled because ray tracing adds so much performance impact. And in this game, I don't think it looks better. In other games, it does look better. But so 75 FPS. With frame gen, 75 FPS is really not the ideal. You really want to get like at least 90 if you're going to use frame gen, because otherwise the input lag and the artifacting gets a little bit crazier. Like it becomes more visually noticeable unless you hit 90. So this is good. So Witcher 3 always has a lot of load-in issues, but we're running out of VRAM again. Oh my gosh. Probably turning off ray tracing will probably reduce our VRAM load as well. So if we run out of VRAM, it's okay as long as it doesn't stutter. Like sometimes it just allocates the VRAM. It doesn't actually like run out. Like if it runs out, it'll stutter on us. And so then we'll have to see how well it handles that. Okay, so we've reset it. Reset the benchmark. Let's go for our run. 6340. Again, this has frame gen enabled, so that's not really great. I'd probably turn off frame gen if you're wanting to run these settings. Because frame gen also doesn't help that much when we're at really low FPS. The higher the FPS, the more it'll boost you too. So, because there's more opportunities to inject the frames when it's higher FPS, basically. So we're getting little tiny stutters on the frame time graph, but I'm not really seeing it. It's not really dropping our FPS that low. 72 for our average, 42 for our 1% low is pretty good. It's pretty good, but it's not great. I would want 90 if I'm using frame gen. So turning off frame gen. Oh, sorry, turning off ray tracing. Let's just go ray tracing off. And we'll leave everything else the same. All right. Now we've got a great experience. Over 100 FPS, QHD resolution, and like I said, the game looks better without ray tracing in this situation, which is really weird to say. Or looks basically the same as with ray tracing, I think. But this game was originally designed without ray tracing. So it looks really good without it. All right, 110, 80. Boom. That's the way I would play it. Obviously, excellent performance in The Witcher 3. Okay, time to do a summary of everything we found out about this laptop. Let's do it. And if you have any questions, chat about the laptop, final questions, please let me know in the chat, and I'll try to answer it here at the end of this live stream, okay? Okay, so time to do our final summary review of everything we have found out about the laptop, and then a final Q&A. Luciano says, how does the input lag feel? Not bad at all if the FPS is high. The input lag gets worse if it's like below, especially below 60. The input lag is really noticeable in that situation. So definitely something to keep in mind. You really want to target more than 90 FPS with frame gen. Okay, let's hop into the final summary review. Let me turn this backlight on as well. Okay. Do I feel this is better than the Ryzen version? Yes, I do. If it was my money, I'd get the Intel version. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I like it. I like it better. It stays better temperatures. Pricing's not too different, but if the Ryzen version is a lot cheaper, then it's probably worth going for that one. So that's my initial quick thought. Okay, here we go. All right. Trying to clear my 4 hours of talking voice. Okay. What's up, and welcome to my final summary review of the Legion Pro 5i with an RTX 4070 and the i7-13700HX. I bought this for $1329. Now, the final summary review is sponsored by Lenovo, so big shout out and thank you to them. But that's not this live stream. The live stream here that I'm doing right now is not sponsored. This will be edited out of the final summary review, and then the new sponsored portion will be put in. And like I said, I always believe in full disclosure, so that's why I'm saying this again now at the end of the live stream, so everyone knows who just hopped on halfway through. Okay, so what's up, and welcome to my final summary review of the Legion Pro 5i. We've got a whole bunch of things to talk about, and I can't wait to talk about it. This laptop did amazing in so many different ways. The quick pros and cons of this laptop is that it provides some phenomenal bang for the buck and great internal combination of cooling. You know, mostly metal chassis, good enough trackpad, good enough keyboard, pretty good display, not quite as good a color gamut and contrast, but it was very bright at 384 nits, depending on which color checker tool we used. But yeah, strong hinge, sturdy build, good port selection, not perfect, we'll get into that. Overall, great value, especially when it's on sale. But still pretty dang good value, even when it's at full price. Okay, unboxing this laptop is simple. It has a basic box. Lenovo did not charge you extra for a fancy box. They put all the value into the computer, which is great. Power adapter, 300 watts and kind of larger on the larger side, especially since we don't really need more than say 240 watts for this entire system. Even when we're running at max load in dead space, we still only pull 200 watts on the CPU, GPU combined together, plus additional other system load. That said, 300 watts is nice in the sense that it will probably last longer as a power brick and get less heated because it's not being pushed to the thermal limit of the power adapter. So that's good. I don't know, not really too worried about that, but the downside is it's larger. You know, this guy is not a small power brick. It is kind of thin though, so that's nice. Okay, quality control on the laptop and flex test. This thing is very rigid, feels a lot like a tank. I don't believe that it's all metal. It's kind of hard to tell what it's made out of. For the keyboard deck and bottom, it might be metal or really high quality rigid plastic. The top deck on the back of the laptop, definitely metal here. For sure, this is metal. But this kind of looks like metal, but I think it's high quality plastic. In that sense, it's not a bad thing, I don't think, because this doesn't transmit heat as well. And that means the wrist rest actually stayed really cool, even when gaming for extended periods of time. Giant thumbs up. Downside, trackpad, plastic, I think. Pretty sure. Feels plastic. Not as smooth and likely might have damage over time if you use this for many years, using it a lot, because you'll eventually kind of wear the plastic down a little bit. But overall, the trackpad works well, clicks well, but it's not as big as some of the other laptops you can buy. The keyboard is absolutely excellent from a usability and format perspective. You got all kinds of buttons from volume, brightness, mute, pause, play, 2 sets of home and page up, page down, a number pad, and arrow keys that are set down below the rest so you can feel them very easily. I love that. Removing the bottom was easy. I actually had to do it twice because I forgot to plug the battery back in, but I did it in like, I don't know, I guess in about 2 minutes to plug the battery back in. Very easy to take, I think it's about 10 screws out and then use a little tool like this. It comes right off in about 10 seconds, 15 seconds to get it to pop off. Works great. Internal upgradability, 2 M.2 SSDs. And then we have our Wi-Fi card, our RAM accessible, battery is removable if you want to swap that out at a later time. 80 watt hours, speakers. Definitely was not impressed visually when we opened the bottom of the laptop up. And I was not impressed when we actually tested them. They were not very good speakers. They were almost no bass. The mids were barely there. The highs were also not very clear and barely there. That said, when we got into some games, I did have to turn the speakers down because it got pretty loud. So that was good, I guess, but I don't expect high quality audio from here. You'll have to use external speakers or headphones if you want high quality audio. And that's just, you know, that's a fact, okay? Webcam quality. Pretty good color replication, not very good detail, a lot of fuzzing of my beard in the photos. Video audio did not pick up the keyboard typing, but the audio did not seem very clear, but it's hard to tell because we're using the onboard speakers to hear and listen. And the speakers, as we know, are not very good. Display test. We tested 384 nits with the display color checker, and I think it was around 358 nits with the Spider 5 Elite. Very good, well above spec, rated at 300 nits by Lenovo. So we're doing 60 to 80 nits above spec, which is way better than I thought we were gonna get. Giant thumbs up, awesome to see. And that also makes it a bit brighter when you're trying to use this in outdoor environments. Makes it quite a bit more usable. Makes it quite a bit more usable when we're in those. Sorry, redoing the audio for the dogs. So because it's a brighter screen, it makes it more usable in outdoor environments or brighter indoor environments. So that's very good. Now, the color gamut on the display tested about 100% sRGB, which is not a problem. Like it's very usable display. But if you're trying to go for a designer laptop where you're going to do video editing, photographs, graphic designing, like you really want to have 100% DCI P3 color gamut because that more represents the color space that the high-end TVs, billboards, and displays are going to portray your content as, which might mean you might miss out on certain types of colors that you missed because you only had 100% sRGB. That said, you still can do editing and video editing and all that. Just know that it's not going to be as color accurate and as color deep in the display color gamut. Contrast ratio was also not that good at only 780 to 1. So we already talked about the speaker test. Not very good speakers here. Laptop control software. Lenovo Vantage is excellent. Very good customization for your fan profiles, your fan profiles, sorry, let me start that part again. So Lenovo Vantage, very good software for overall customization of your laptop, control of your laptop, updating your laptop. You have control of the battery, the fan profile curves, the power limits on your CPU and your GPU, as well as your dynamic boost controls. You got default overclocking. That's a one-click overclock that'll boost your performance on your laptop 5 to 10%. You got CPU undervolting as long as you have the HX processor lineup with the i7 and the i9 at least. I'm pretty sure those both have that. And then you also have battery conservation mode, which allows you to keep it at 80% or lower, which is great for long-term use of your lithium-ion battery. And there's other customizations in the Lenovo Vantage software that I showed you, such as customizing your backlight on the keyboard, which is only a 4-zone backlight, and it's not that great or cool looking in my opinion. If I got this laptop, I would either set it to be a 1 solid backlight or a 4-zone static like this, because the animations I don't think look very good. Sadly, downside to this laptop, speakers and RGB implementation, both could be improved. But I think most most value gamers are willing to live with those downsides and still have a great laptop experience with this machine. For fan noise, very good fan noise, 55 decibels at max fan, but on performance mode with basically the same performance as max fan, we're only doing 49 decibels. And when we were at max fan, we were below 70 degrees. We were in the 60s, like mid 60s, 65 to 68 degrees on the CPU, and the GPU, absolutely phenomenal thermal temps. And then for the performance mode, we were in the mid to low 70s at peak performance. I mean, it's hard to complain about these temps, and the performance was absolutely solid. No thermal throttling, no up and downing. The GPU and CPU pretty much in any of the games that we saw overall was very good thermal performance in TimeSpy. Now, in actual gameplay, when we have the CPU ramping hard, we did see some CPU temps go up into the 80s or 90s. Again, I'm not too worried about those things because the chips are designed to go that high, but if you're in a hot environment, it may cause thermal throttling on the CPU. Like if you don't have air conditioning, you live in a 90-degree environment, you might run into more thermal throttling, and that could impact CPU-based performance. So please keep that in mind. And then, quiet mode. We actually did some testing in Baldur's Gate 3, over 100 FPS in Baldur's Gate 3 on quiet mode. It was fantastic. 150 FPS when we were in performance mode. So that's a pretty significant jump, 50% more performance in performance mode. But, I mean, quiet mode, no fans. If you're looking for a great audio experience, that could be a nice advantage, except that the speakers on this aren't really that good. So pros and cons. But if you want the laptop to not make much noise, then it's a good amount of performance, even when the fans are barely running. They're barely audible. Okay. And yeah, in quiet mode fan in TimeSpy, we only added, I think, a half a decibel. So we went from 41 decibels for our baseline up to 41.7 or something like that with quiet mode. So fans barely adding noise in quiet mode. Okay. Performance mode, the fan noise was, I think, about 45 decibels, which is very good for a performance mode. Yeah, very good. 8-64 RAM speed test and CrystalDiskMark both had good performance, over 7,000 read, 2,000 write for CrystalDiskMark, and about 70,000 read, 60,000 write for 8-64 memory speed, and 100 for our nanoseconds for our latency. It's pretty good memory, very good SSD speeds, kind of overkill, quite frankly. You don't really need that fast of an SSD to do anything, pretty much. I mean, video editing aside, maybe with like 8K footage or something, that'd be about the only situation I think you might want fast SSDs like that. Okay. Cinebench R23, we got 24,100 for our highest run, but we were consistently getting over 23,500 or so, even with HW info open. 140 watts power pull is phenomenal, but we were ramping the temps all the way up to the 97-degree thermal throttle range. So if you're after running the, not going to that high of a temp, you'll want to down the power limit down to, say, 100 or 120 or whatever you feel comfortable with in custom fan mode, because you can customize it to be exactly the power limit that you want for the temperatures you want. If it was me, I would let it run free, because I'm not threatened by 97-degree temperatures, because the chip is designed to run that hot all the time by Intel. They've tested it. They know it can run for a long, long period of time at that temp without running into any issues. So, but overall, Cinebench R23 performance for a $1,300 to $1,500 laptop, depending on whether you get it at retail or on sale, absolutely phenomenal. Like, it is some phenomenal CPU performance for your money. It does not get too much better than that, unless you get like a 4050 with an i9 or something for the same money. That'd be the only situation I can think of where you're going to get more CPU performance for your money. TimeSpy, over 13,000, 13,100 for our GPU score, 16,000 for our CPU score. Just great, phenomenal. I think that's the highest RTX 4070 test score I think I've done, or it's very close. I think I may have tested over 13,000 with one or two other 4070s, but it's rare to get it over 12,500, and we got it over 13,000. So that's fantastic. We were ramping, like I said, very high on the wattage for the 4070, though our CPU boost clock was not really going that much higher. So maybe if you overclock it more, it'll be worth going to that high of a TDP. But generally speaking, we're going to get the same performance on a 115 watt RTX 4070 as we did in this 140 watt 4070, because it's kind of just generating more heat and not really giving you any more performance, unless you overclock it. So yeah. Unless you overclock it further, because we were overclocking it. That score, that time spy score, was an overclock score. 150/200 for the overclock on the GPU. And it was just the default overclock box in Lenovo Vantage that we had ticked. Now, for Apex Legends, we had 1% lows that were higher than our screen refresh rate of 165 Hertz. 2560 by 1600 resolution for all of the games tested. And we generally run DLSS on quality, gaming on ultra, unless it's an esports game, in which case we usually will go to the low settings, except for Counterstrike 2, which we did on very high for some reason. I don't know, because usually I think it's easier to run, but actually you probably would want to go to medium or high settings in Counterstrike 2. Helldivers 2 ran surprisingly really well. Better than my Blade 18. It must be because it's CPU bound or something, because dang. Like 80 to 90 FPS with very good 1% lows in Helldivers 2. On the same settings that my Blade 18 usually gets 75 to 85 FPS. So I think slightly higher with this one. I think because the CPU can just ramp to a higher level. Okay. Counter-Strike 2. Inside of Counter-Strike 2 and in Apex Legends, no ghosting. We have G-Sync on here. Ran phenomenal. No screen tearing, no ghosting. Very fast responsive display. Great for esports gamers, but a 240 Hertz display will perform better. A little bit smoother, a little bit more responsive. Illuvium. I really hope Illuvium gets optimized further, because we had quite a few stutters, 1% low stutters as assets were loaded in. And that's due to textures, as well as just, I think, game optimization is needed. For better game optimization is needed, especially for lower end hardware. I don't think I get quite as many stutters on my 4090 Blade 18 as this. It's kind of sad. But it is what it is. Overall, Illuvium was very playable and very good, even on epic settings and DLSS on, I think, balanced or quality. Yeah. God of War on Ultra, 75 FPS at QHD. And I think we went to 120 on original settings. It was very, very good on original. I would probably recommend doing original if you wanted to have the smoother gaming experience. Cyberpunk 2077 struggled. It was a struggle city. VRAM running out. 8 gigs was not enough in Cyberpunk 2077. Even on low, we were still stuttering a little bit, but it was way better on textures on low. With ray tracing turned off, I think that would also help reduce the demand on the VRAM. So probably doing that would also help boost our performance. All of that said, with enough optimization, smooth gameplay at QHD with DLSS on like performance mode is possible. But ultimate high-end gaming on really demanding AAA titles at QHD resolution, I really recommend a 4080 or a 4090 if you want to be able to turn all the bells and whistles on. With a 4070 like this, even though it's really well tuned and really high performance, some of the games you're going to need to turn the settings down to medium or ray tracing off, for example, if you want to really maximize your gaming experience and have super fluid gameplay in every game. And that's just going to require a slightly more advanced user who knows what they're doing, or at least can hit the overall graphic settings go lower button, which is really not that hard. So it's certainly possible to do. Dead Space, 75 FPS in our average FPS on Ultra, QHD. 1% low was not great at like, I think 27, but Dead Space always has terrible 1% lows, and the gameplay still feels pretty good. So I think it's a bug with the frame time graph or something. I don't know. Starfield, 100 FPS at the beginning. I think it went down to like 85 FPS by the end of the test. Very good 1% lows, very smooth gameplay. FSR3 doing a great job, but adding input lag, so might want to up the FPS to reduce that input lag. Yeah, I probably would. I'd probably put it to like high settings because we were on Ultra, Starfield, Ultra, 4070, QHD, and we're getting playable frames. Love it. Because at Starfield launch, that would have been like 30, 40 FPS. Huge stride forward for the Starfield dev team. Congrats to them for optimizing the game like how it should have been when it launched, in my opinion. Baldur's Gate 3, excellent, 150 FPS, and surprisingly very good, not too many stutters, switching between players and ending turns, which is rare for Baldur's Gate 3. Still had some, but it was much better than most. Most go down to like 30 FPS. I think we were getting like 60 FPS for a 1% low stutters. I don't know. It was weird. Witcher 3. Not enough FPS with ray tracing enabled. I think we were doing like in the 60-ish range, 60 to 70. Not great, but not awful, but it's not good enough with frame gen enabled because you really want over 90. Overall, turning off ray tracing, boom, 100 FPS, great gaming experience, absolutely fantastic. Yeah, so with all the games that we tested, all games were extremely playable with a little bit of tweaking in some of them. The primary issue, of course, being VRAM demands causing 1% lows, stutters in Cyberpunk 2077 and Illuvium were the two biggest offenders on that, but I'm sure we'll see more games if you tested a bunch more games. So be prepared to turn the textures to medium, maybe high, maybe low, depending on the game, to be able to get smooth gameplay. But other than that, the big glaring flaws for this laptop, speakers, not great. And also, so speakers, not great. Color gamut on the display, not great because it's not 100% DCI-P3, but it's still good. It's still very good. Brightness was still very good, but not great because it's not over 400 nits, but still very good at 360-ish nits. And yeah, I mean, there's very little to complain about this laptop. Can I recommend it? Yes, absolutely. Like, especially if you get it on sale, even when it's not on sale at the full $1499 price point for this config, it's still a very good buy compared to most other laptops with a 4070 in it. So I think the primary caveat I would say is that in general, I'd recommend graphic designers, creatives to get a 100% DCI-P3 color gamut display if they're going to spend $1,500, because it is possible to get that display in that price point. But if you're not going to do professional graphic color work, this display is good enough for most gamers, and it's fast enough, and it's high resolution, and the performance is there as long as you're willing to do the work tweaking the game settings. If you don't want to do the work tweaking the game settings, just get the more powerful Legion Pro 7i with a 4080 and spend some more money, because then you don't have to change anything, and you can have playable frames in every single game and pretty much never run out of VRAM, and it's just a little bit better experience. But you can get almost the same experience with slightly lower settings with this guy for a lot less money. So yeah, Legion Pro 5i, fantastic overall laptop with some glaring flaws, mainly being speakers, plastic trackpad, color gamut on the display, and that's about it. Everything else is pretty fantastic about it. So yeah, that's the Pro 5i. Thanks so much for watching this review. Please like, subscribe, and come back for more awesome gaming laptops reviews. I love reviewing these things. I'm a huge gaming laptop fan, and will continue reviewing these, so please come back for more. Now it's time to check chat, and I'll just do a little ender for... I'll do the ender at the end. It's fine. Okay, so let's go ahead and check chat, Q&A. I know I saw a bunch of you guys. Deshaun Thurman says, you are a beast reviewing laptop. Very good detail. No problem. Yeah, I'm happy to do it. LSP says, thanks, Gizmo. Although performance requirements are just too high for this laptop. Lenovo laptops are pretty good. I miss the 6850 Lenovo laptop. 4070 is not bad. Good for the bang for the buck. I have the same machines and specs, but the temps go up to hit 100 degrees. So Kareem, you can tweak that in the custom fan profile settings. You can set your throttle temperatures. If you don't want it to go to 100, just set it to go to 90 or 85 in custom fans. You're going to get a little less performance because it's going to power limit throttle to prevent your temps from going to 100. But it's up to you. I'm personally, on the CPU, I don't mind it going to 100. The GPU needs to stay below 87 though, so keep that in mind. Dennis says, hey Gizmo, would you advise a Legion 7 4090 for $2,500? I live in Italy, so I won't use the refund. What are your thoughts on the 7 Pro 7, Legion 7 Pro for $4090 for $2,500? That's a pretty good deal for Europe. I'm pretty sure that's a pretty good deal for Europe. Thoughts on the G16 OLED and Blade 16 OLED? Both great laptops. I'd probably go Blade 16 OLED because there's a higher power limit on the GPU. But if you want more portability, the G16, Zephyrus G16 is more portable. So those are good options to consider. I mean, it's really about what you want. Do you want something more thin, something more portable, something more premium? What's your budget's like? If you want to spend the extra money, you know, the Blade's going to be like $4,000. The Zephyrus is going to be the 3,300. And the Legion Pro 7's like 2,500. So you got like incremental steps in terms of portability and premium features there. All the premium ones shall go for OLED. Man, it's fascinating. I saw the G16 Asus OLED today, and that screen was amazing. Yes, OLED is amazing, but it's not as bright as Mini LED, especially in really bright environments. The Mini LED is noticeably brighter. But I think in darker environments, Mini LED is almost overkill. It's so bright, I have to turn the brightness down to like 70%. It's incredibly bright. Lone Wolf says, thanks for your answers. I like this laptop. I might buy it. Well, I hope if you do buy it, that it turns out to be fantastic for you, because I think most people are going to be very happy with this laptop, except for the aforementioned cons. Still no 18-inch Legion. I know, and the Mini LED is only on the 9i. It's true. It's true. Pros and cons, right? Black Clover says, do glass trackpads don't get damaged as plastic? Yeah, glass can take tons and tons and tons of, you know, finger rubbing without breaking, you know, whereas plastic over time, finger rubbing, the coating of the plastic will be worn down. So that's kind of one of the key differences there. And then glass also is a little smoother glide to your finger. So I prefer glass trackpads if possible. Okay, I see Kareem says for the 14900HX, I can get 34XXX on Cinebench R23 after undervolting. Yes, that's true. And so if you go for those high core count Ryzen or Intel CPUs, you really get a boost to your multi-core performance, but not really for your gaming performance much, if at all, right? Like this i7 is going to have very similar gaming performance to the i9 because we have the same 8 P cores. So it's the same primary cores. You just have less E cores, which are going to be used for the multitasking. So not a huge difference overall. I would mainly, the main difference there between the CPUs, I think, is going to be things like multi-core rendering in like video production workloads or animation workloads, stuff like that. That's where the E cores are going to really come into play more. So, okay. That's it for this review. Thank you so much for tuning in. Again, if you enjoyed this content, like, subscribe, leave me a comment. I do try to check comments pretty frequently. I don't do it all the time, but I do answer thousands of comments a year. So please feel free to leave a comment and I will do the best I can. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Brandon out. Huzzah.